Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Satisfactory today, back into the cycle of other games as well. Been a while since we played this one though. So let's get the music started. So it pops up here. EVE Online. Alright, first I need to put the audio back up. So we've had this under this song during the whole start. Jirla, hello, welcome. Alright, we got that. Confirm. Load. Uh, 27. 259 hours, 57 minutes, 32 seconds. So just shy of 260 hours in this save. So if I remember right, we were trying to feed the Phase 3 factory. Part of that was getting the iron hooked up to the big iron smelter in the grasslands. 3,000 hours in this game. Might like it just a little bit. What's my overall hours? Although I did switch to Steam. In Steam I only have 466 hours, so about half of it in this save. The rest were on Epic, so probably close to 3,000. Well, as I was going through all the old VODs, it did come through when I first played it. I did 2 or 3 streams of the very first alpha release. Nas Wolf, hello, welcome. So I'll need to get those up in some of the early playthroughs. So that whole project is coming along. I'm trying to, just right now, just organize and get everything in order, make sure I have all the videos, or if I have backups in recording, do I need to render those? So sometime by the end of the year, I think there'll be a big ol' massive release of hundreds of VODs. Anyway, but there's our... Yeah, we don't... There's not a lot of belts coming out of there, so yeah, we're not feeding that completely. Can take out half the room, it's all walls, and yeah. Hey, Chthonic. Yes, we, Wow. I forget the command for that. No, I got the wrong one. I need a command for, the one where my base blew up on Vulcan. Liquid nitrogen canister that just blew up everything. So let me look. We're in a generally safe area. See how many of these inputs we have going on here. So I know that's what I was working on. And then we need more copper production as well. West Dude, hello. Thank you. It's like, why is that triangle shadow there? Judgment Canada's with Georging you harshly. Thank you. Cute cat. Alright, so we're trying to feed all this. We got all 6 over here. And we got 3 of the ones over here. Well, do they actually see stuff on that one? But I don't... No, there's stuff on that one. We need 3 more feeds because we needed something like 5,000. And we were doing our roads, which are moderately decent looking with our things here. train line that someday we'll use. And there's Lucy. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, that's like, I kind of want a current picture of Lucy, but that picture there is just so goofy. The fits her just so perfectly. But I do need to get one of Sally. Yeah, I think I have a emote slot for that. But yeah, we're trying to get sort of these 4, these 2, and the 2 up there. So that's these 2 lines of whatever. Then we have 4 coming that way. So that feeds the 6. They're feeding this side. That's copper going over to that plant. And then those 3 come from... Oh, these 3 are coming from the coastal area. And then there's a bunch that need to come from behind Coal Lake and all that. It's the copper line. Then somewhere we gotta do more copper. I've been watching Total Eclipse and Imkabit's their videos, and it's like they do so much really cool decoration and stuff. It's like my computer would scream just at the most basic of builds by Total Eclipse. All right. So where is this iron going? Is iron going nowhere? Okay, so this iron needs to go over there. 10 times, yeah, exactly. 10. Yeah, it's like each factory build is... Well, it's like you reach the point where it's like 2 or 3 weeks of almost full-time building to make one video. Bits, at least he's streaming. I'm not sure. I think Total Eclipse does do some of the streaming there. Bits definitely does the streams and edits those down into the final product. So at least you're kind of getting... Yeah, you're not just like hiding out for 2 or 3 weeks trying to get that done. You're on stream and showing people the process. Alright, so I need to get these. So we're double sharding these. Just need functionality. Yeah, they never go back. Hey, at least I put a skin on that one. However, this building is definitely function over form. And then the other buildings out there have some skin. Didn't quite... I'm like 95% done like painting that one. And then just stopped. Phase 2 is still wide open. Phase 3 at least has a skin on it. So phase 3 looks good. The phase 2 is like... whatever. So I need to bring these over. I'm kind of feeling for right now in the mood for just definitely a get her done version of this. We got 240 there. The 240, so there's a 480 belt. Yeah, so there's a 480 belt coming out of these four. So let's do that. Fix miss builds seem to end up complete decor. That's good. I always miss fix miss. Yeah, we're just gonna get a get her done feed of these. So this will be 40, so that'll fill up one of the two we need. Should I use my towers? Then we got stuff coming down from the hills as well. Let's see what we got here. Even where is it? Way down here? So that comes down. Oh, there it is. Alright, so on these we have... $240 of copper. Nothing on that one. 40 of limestone. More limestone. I do have an idea for like the mining locations of these. May implement in other parts of the thing. We're trying to maximize everything. And also kind of decentralize some of the production. Okay, so we split it up here. So what do we have? Mark 3 irons at 240. 40 of limestone. 40 of sulfur. So then I still gotta make a weapon factory. Mark 3 on top? I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. Some gnarly smoke. Alright, do I have any idea? So this was... I'm assuming iron. Yeah, iron. Oh, is that supposed to go on top of there? No. Oh, that one? Oh, yeah. And sometimes always fun, yeah, it's like, what the heck was I doing? Okay, so we got impure nodes here. So 120... 120, 120. So another 480 here. So that is all going into there. And going to 40 on top there. Okay, that makes sense. What's the one I'm trying to add to on top? Clearly something else. So that's another 40, so that's 2 of the 3 480s we need. This was more iron? Copper? Copper. No, it's iron. Okay, this 240 combined with the other 240 down below will give us the 480. Alright, iron. Got that one. Pure. And that one's reaching via the tunnel somewhere pretty close to the base. Alright, I just need to... What was that top one gonna be for? That's a big old limestone one there. 480 per minute. Then we had some sulfur and some copper. I'm getting a lot of lag pauses. It's like I almost don't notice them, but then sometimes I do. This was copper coming out, and I believe the other one was sulfur. Or vice versa. Copper. Alright, let me do from here, let me do a survey of everything. So iron. Should get that one. And that one again, maybe. Yep. V. Oh, gotta hold V. Hold V. Do copper. Oh, that's interesting. This time it... Yeah, copper there. One right next to me. Those are the 3 copper. Limestone. One over here. All claimed. Sulfur, there's one nearby. Down here. One over here somewhere. No, way over there. Okay, so we got the ones close by here. Caterium, I think I have all those nearby ones tapped. There's one up here. One in the waterfall, and then one on the island. That may be the closest 3 though. There might be one up here somewhere. one over there we haven't claimed, so that's part of, it's gonna be part of the district over here. And then quartz. There's the ones up here, and then there's the two in the cave. So those are coming down. There's one over here somewhere, but probably okay. Yeah, I think we just have the miner on it, but we're not shipping it anywhere. Coal. So all the ones by Coal Lake. One up in the Pink Forest. And then a couple over here. Oh, that one's closer. Those are being shipped down, but they aren't part of the power plant. These are the power plant. These are free. Oh, keep doing that. Hitting the wrong button. V. Close call. It shows the 3 closest ones, so those were close, technically closer. Or three closest groups, I should say. Right, hold V. Samor. We got the one up here. One up here. And then one. There is one underneath the arch too. Okay, that's in the Pink Forest. But I don't think we've tapped that one yet. Now oil there, of course, and there. I don't think there's any other. It might be probably tag something in the Pink Forest, but the third one is probably these. As a treat these, might have treated these as 2 separate groups. Alright, so that's where everything. So I think we pretty much got everything. So I just need to finish this down. To the main area, feed the iron down. Yeah, same. Yeah, I don't have access to the thing there, but yeah, same spot for that one. So let me just continue bringing down the these guys. Should I use my blueprint? Probably. Can't remember how to get there. Tab is inventory. E. F. F is that. Gotta remember the commands here. X. There we go. Blueprints. Belt pole. Here's what I should do first. Let me get a spacing on the belts. Then I can put the belt pole next to it. Maybe we'll go this way. So which way are we trying to go? It's so easy to get, like, discombobulated. This one I think we want to keep here. Then we'll hit this shoulder. Alright, now we're gonna fall off a cliff. Or we can go over that way. I'm kind of fine with this. Because we're trying to get over, mostly over that way. Q is the build menu. Nope. I need a zoop. Alright, now I need my blueprint. Oh, is that the small? You know what, that's fine. Actually, looks like it's being supported that way. Now we just have to keep these next to these. Then we know we're in range. Like I said, we're in definite, like, get her done territory here. True. But yeah, this is a temporary solution anyway. Everything is, yeah. Everything's temporary until it's not. Alright, so we apparently have plans for whatever that one is, but I do not know what it is yet. Mark 4. How many of these do we have? 600? Alright, I'm just gonna do... I think these are gonna be one at a time, going back and forth. Nothing more permanent than a temporary solution that works. Yep. Then we can do that last connection from down there. At least this is a lot neater than the towers of the regular poles. Alright, now next, don't know what that is. Like I said, I have no idea what that was supposed to be. There's something over there we're trying to tap into, and I can't remember what it is. So I'll just run the belt, and then we will worry about it later. Alright, is that the only 3 there? Okay, so we can do 2 sets of 3s here on this side. Get them done. And then Total Eclipse has been doing some factory tours of other players. And holy cow, are some of them just absolutely amazing. Alright, and then the other 3 on this one are Mark 3s. Okay, there's a Mark 3s and then a Mark 4 again. Alright. Uh, 1500, okay. I stocked up last time, apparently. Well, that's partially the dimensional depot quantities. I should figure out some way of making these extendable, where the belts automatically connect. Because you have to have a piece of belt coming out to do that. I only need 3. I totally should put these on curve. Alright. Hard to tell where I want to go. Not getting in the way of the sky whale, am I? Alright, now Mark 4 belt. The other thing I can do is just do that. Oh, we'll need the zoop. There you go. Now we're properly anchored. Didn't quite center that one right. Alright, Mark 4. Oh, a little bit too long. Oh, that's one thing I didn't measure is for this one. Is that good enough to do? That's on wood. No, I'll have to rebuild the concrete pillars again. That's okay. Alright, I got the belt pull. Alright, did that part. Alright, so 3... And then 2 on this side. And the Mark 4. Alright, I need to get some more stuff. And then I can also take a look at the status of our phase 3 building. Pretty sure the big thing is just bring in the iron and steel and, well, copper. It's interesting that the gray glow is reflecting on the bottom of that. Or the purple glow. Purple glow. It's looking pretty cool. This feels faster for some reason. I don't know if it is. So I need a bunch of tech I have. Oh, I was stockpiling. So I need so many. Especially if I'm gonna upgrade a lot more Mark 3s at some point. And then we can dump, I got some more in here. This is... before I forget, let me get the steel, or the Mark 3 belt stuff. And is there anything I'm short on for the tower? A few more iron plates and rods. Everything else looks pretty good. Alright, let's take a look at our Phase 3 factory. Oops. Yeah, pretty sure everything inside is hooked up. It's just a matter of cascading down the ingredients. Roof, please. All this for a total of 600 items. But I don't have the... No, I think I have the numbers over here on the signs. The 8th floor needs 4 times 250 iron. $250, 100. $225 quartz. 6th floor. 608, 2 times 608 copper. Express weird, I think. That means 340. Because I think that's the total. 2600 divided by 6. Fourth, nothing. Third, nothing. Second, plastic, rubber, concrete, and first, rubber. So I don't think we're actually making enough rubber for that at the moment. It's like I kind of have to trust these numbers. I haven't put the belts in. Do know where they have to go, but yeah, they have to be routed or rerouted or split or whatever. So we do have the inputs. Yeah, the 2600 iron here. 600 steel. And then there's the general locations that they're down below. I like this view. It's like, don't break the glass. More iron, more iron. Deuterium. Got some of the quartz here already. Yeah, all the other stuff has to come up and then go down. What's this? What does that mean? Oh, this is my sign for copying and pasting. Alright, that's what that was. Yeah, I gotta get all these lines up here and then split them, route them, hit them with a stick. something along those lines. I think we were also looking at the steel plant, how to expand that with the better recipes, using the iron iron ingot with coal to steel got us a higher efficiency. Let me take a quick look at that. I checked the man for that recipe. Did we get that recipe? Case industrial pipe. That's a pretty good one. Then you can make iron pipe, so you can get encased industrial beams with iron. I think we take that one. Wet concrete, automated miner. Copper alloy ingot. Use some iron. Give. I guess now when you're just replacing the iron, get more copper. Adding quartz to get more burp, excuse me. Biocoal. Alternated speed wiring. Molded beam. Using concrete to get extra steel beams. Silicon high-speed connector. Adding that to get more iron ingots. Plastic AI limiter. Rubber and coal. Nope, rubber and coke. The electronic circuit board. That's an interesting combo. Steel canisters. Oh, we have no rescans. Let me go ahead and pick the best of these. I'm generally gonna pick the more advanced. Of the two. Eventually I have to select biocoal just to get out of the way. Yeah, we're gonna go as Pure crystals, yeah, the pure ingredients, using water to get more of everything. Fused crystal, using coal to get that. Automated miner. It's like, are they useful for anything? In mass production? Yeah, white concrete. Cable is not something that's hard to get. Alright, so we've done all those. I have no hard drives, right? I do not. We still have one more on that. We need to make crystal oscillators. 5. Should just make a bunch. High-speed connectors, crystal oscillators. Should just hand make those. Finish off this 10 capsules, 5 oscillators, and 5 high speed. Yeah, we should do that. So 10. Five of those. I need a factory that makes all the electronic stuff. Then we need 5 crystal oscillators. Oh, not enough space in inventory. Alright, 5 of those. I have to make 6. And now 10 alien DNA things. Need one of each of those. Alright, now we can solve one more of the mysteries. Complete a tech tree. Alright, so now we can scan for creatures.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer. But I am your true friend.
Good to know that, Ada. Alright, so alien technology, this one is the Mercer Sphere one. Upload speed stack increase. 13 Mercer Spheres though. And then 23. And then over here, Alien Power Matrix. Singularity Cell. I have a feeling we can't just make a Singularity Cell. Caterium. This is one. Power switch. Power pores Mark 3, so 50. Yeah, here's where we want to start making the electronic stuff automatically. Full guidance system. Geothermal. Programmable splitter. So that's just a matter of making AI limiters, high-speed connectors, and circuit boards, and all that good stuff. Power slugs, we just need to... Okay, we need the time crystals, yeah. Don't have those. Quartz. Oscillators, 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 then oscillators. Gee, if we only had some oscillators, then we could finish all that off. Yeah, if we get an ammo factory up and running. I have an idea for doing this. Let me play around with this in a little bit. Alright, got that done. I have a sense of that. I still have to figure out how to get all that stuff up. So what I need to do is figure out how to get it up, plug it in all the places it needs to go, and then have a wall of places that everything goes into and what they are and how many I need. And then we just bring it across and plug in all the belts. We need to get all that iron over. Alright. Got an idea of what the next step is. Gotta process all the iron. Then we gotta double check the steel production. Boost that. Oh yeah, then we have our spreadsheet. If I can remember. If I can even remember, Alright, dark reader on. Alright, there's a Satisfactory tab. And starting at line 170, I remember that. Phase 3 with all recipes. Total of 4,225 iron ingots. Iron wire. Did we finish? Silica. Uh, 540 steel ingots. That's not too bad. Because we're using a lot of iron the steel. I think we're using iron pipe. And something else that use iron instead of steel directly. Alright, let's continue running those belts over to the iron. Sorry, we're still over here. So I have no idea where like sulfur is going. I'll bring everything down to here. Always cut off the sulfur and run it somewhere else. And we need more copper production. I'll get it to here and then we'll run the iron in. From there and also from these guys. That's what I need to do is create that actually doesn't look bad as a way of stepping down. Because that feels like it's substantially supportive, and then we have our regular thing on top. Coffee cup, hey naps more, yeah. Make sure I don't get too far away. Might be too far away. And then my blueprint's probably gonna have to redo it after I do this anyway. I can't quite snap it to the top properly. I think we're over here a little bit, so let's snap it over here. Alright, so we have one on that side that's not being used. So first you. Yeah, I think I have an idea for making this extensible, so I can just place them down and have the belts auto-magically connect as a Mark IV. But then again, then we're always placing all the belts, using a lot more material. We don't necessarily need it. So if I have both types, then I can, you know, adjust as needed. I think I need more of these. And not really. I have 100 nuts, 50 berries. And bang bang, there it is. Mitsudesu with the Prime sub, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Bang bang. And hype and love. Thank you very much. Welcome. I want to do that so I can get a merger on here. How much does that clip to that rock? Probably a lot. Oh yeah. Curve might not be too bad. It's acceptable. Okay, so that's a combined 240. Warmbo, hello, welcome. There. That way it's not floating in midair. Alright, now we need to combine these. And they'll join over there somewhere. And then we gotta bring those two over, and they'll combine with whichever iron one. The top that has the iron? Looks like it. Okay, that's iron. That's the Mark IV, and then the one set 2 below is the Mark 3, okay. Now we'll have 2 Mark IIs, or Mark IVs. And I think there's one coming in from here. Now it'll be our 3 Mark IIIs to fill up the last 3. Or Mark IVs to fill up the last section there. Alright, so let me chart this out. Or distance here. I do not want curve anymore. I want more over this way. Alright, let me get into this far. I'll probably clip. Do I care at the moment? Probably not. Because that's obviously something that also needs to be improved and removed. See, I like my towers, but I need a way of, without having to go through the trouble of building the roads, I need a way of running them through the countryside that's standardized. I think those super pillars kind of give me an idea. I need to give that a think. Because I want to, it'd be nice if they're nice and straight. You know, rather than this random zigzag. I think by the end of the save, I'll have a lot of really good ideas on transportation and whatnot. But for now, we get what we get. Kind of work to clean things up a bit, but generally going to be a losing effort. sucking resources from the plant below. Yeah, what I'm thinking is if I just built a bunch of foundations in a row, floating above whatever area I'm thinking of, anchored these to the straight foundations, then delete the foundations and put in the heavy concrete pillars below. So that way the towers are at a nice even level up in the sky. And there's just these row of concrete pillars, you know, just sticking up out of the ground. But they can interact with whatever is there and not interfere with it. So I got a whole bunch of new ideas since the last time I played. And then another idea to do with all the mining stuff. When we get the Mark III miners, I'll start implementing that. That way we know we're getting the max resources out of every spot. Because the idea is running stuff across in a way that looks good. I mean, that's why I have these things. It's kind of towards the idea of we're just gonna fly over the landscape. The train thing's doing the same thing. It's just gonna be a big square around the whole map, and then lines will tie into that. So it's just bringing it all together into a more cohesive whole. The answer is always blueprints. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like watching Total Eclipse, I'm Kibit, some other players. It's like, okay, I can't do the thing where Blueprint has 15,000 parts inside of it. But I can figure out blueprints that do routing in interesting ways and are not just there's one I watched from Kibitz where it's like not just a row of stuff. And I have some inklings of ideas, but I need to get through this phase 3 stuff that we've been working on for months and years. So I think, like I said, my computer won't really handle the super detailing, but if I can bring in some functional aesthetics, I'll be very, very happy. Like I said, right now, I do not care about the clipping. These eventually need to get... These particularly will get replaced. This temporary solution will probably last a little bit longer. Especially as I move to other parts of the map. I suspect that... this grasslands area is going to get neglected. Yes, it is Frostpunk music. Good ear. Oh, nothing there yet. Whoops, that one has to be Mark IV. Oops. Yeah, I can just place all. And then from here, we are going to have a Mark IV at the bottom as well. Because all four of those will join there. But what I can do is I can just finish placing the Mark IIIs. What I need to do is invent a crossing one of these where it's twice as high. A half go this way and the other half go across it. Now we need a couple Mark IVs. So the whole idea of having these belt towers, crisscrossing land, but then when do some and how do they join in? How do they cross? How do they split? It's like, if I can crack this as a infrastructure idea that's aesthetically pleasing and gets the job done. Because we got 12 belts off of this. We can easily double it by sticking an extension on here. So 24 belts is pretty powerful, and this is a relatively low blueprint, or a footprint compared to something like that, which also has 12, yeah, 6 on each side. So that's 12 belts, and this is 12 belts. Which is more... which is less of an impact? But that looks impressive. And I have a pretty good system for bringing that down from the tower. So combining the two in some way, I think, is going to be the way, but don't quite. And again, it's splitting these off. Like have that split, something off there split and then drop down onto one of these, and that going to the destination. There's a hole. Almost messed that up. Okay, then this one will be Mark 4 to there. So now we need to combine those two. So I need a merger. A little bit too high. God, man, I won't snap to that. Alright, can I do it the other way? If I put a pole down... and just raise it up. Looks like I can snap it. No. Oh yeah. To be above it. I think that's good. It is indeed. Alright. Alright, we got 3 coming out of here. Let's do a curve. And then we got 4 coming out of here. And now what I need to do is I need to bring these 2 over, just 240 total, and tie it into third one down from this side. Not a whole lot of good ways of doing that. Merger. Unless I planned for it better. Good above, below. We'll go above. But now this needs to be Mark IV. And then we have 2 Mark IVs, no, 3. Then we have the one on the bottom. And those will fill out the last last 3 connections here, and then we'll have a full, I think it's 5,400 ingots per minute. And then we gotta run them back. Or at least 4,000 something of them. Are you guys even hooked up? No power. Alright, merger time. Bang, bang, bag of holding. You can use these Bezo bucks to your own ballroom or something. Yep. Okay. For a second there, I forgot how to rotate these. Thank you very much. Bang, bang. We'll tear down the cat tree and build a ballroom. They'll appreciate it, right? Alright, thank you very much. Welcome. Alright, I'm also overdue for a break, but let me... is that even gonna work? 3... Can you get around in there? No. I can bring you over here though, then you can... Invalid conveyor shelf. Okay, we can kind of get there. There we go, then we can get there. We're kind of in get her done mood at the moment. Oh. Happens during lag, you get that nice extra boost. Alright, so now we gotta get over to there. Need some zooping. Get the zoopin'. too long. Nope. It's Zoopin time. Alright, we now have... it's like a hook power up from that one that's like, where's the power gonna come from? I don't think I have the power running along here. No, I do not. Power up here somewhere. I just don't know where it got to. So right now I'm at the point of we can at least get rid of the clipping. Almost. Alright, now we have... Can you get on this? Yes. Alright, now we have our view. Alright, let me get... What was it? Photo mode. Hide UI. H. Oh. H, get rid of that. Photo mode. T to hide UI. And now I can go take a break. I'll be right back, guys, and we will continue. Boop. A boop. And a boop. Alright, I'm back already. Thanks so much for waiting. And Observer, hello, welcome. By the way, I heard if you miss a stream, you want to keep your watch streak alive, you have a certain amount of time, with that I don't know, to watch the VOD. And if you watch it for a certain number of minutes, which I also don't know what that number is, then you keep your watch streak alive. Thank you, Gerla. Alright, back to the game. And what I'm going to do now is after the stream, I'm going to get the VOD link and post it in my announcements channel. So there'll be the regular VOD link, not the highlights where I cut out the things, and then I'm also posting the links to VODs as they get posted on YouTube. So all that will be in the announcements content channel on the Discord. Because we got I got the first 3 of the Stationeers VODs on YouTube now, and the next 3, no, there's 4 now, will be the next few days, one per day. So those are caught up. Alright, so we have all our iron reaching that point now. Now we just need to get to the building. He's coming at me. Come at me, bro. Nice moth thing. Can you shoot the remoras? I'm getting a free ride over to where we need to go. Kind of. No, about right. No, he goes down that way and then curls around. We had to move all the pillars, so he'd miss that pillar. Oh, from up here, that's not that far away. Alright, off we go. Alright, so we just need 3 of those belts to go this way. I'll just use the standard cheap belt tower. Finish that off. You don't quite have as much belt spaghetti as before though, if you remember the early part of the save. The whole field was like that. Or worse than that. So now we just have a few heavy belt lines with, you know, the whole field is like that. And we still gotta send a bunch of stuff to the concrete factory. Gotta put a skin on that building. Uncooking the spaghetti and putting it back in the box, yeah, exactly. The more spaghetti, the better. And that is while we're gone, the Satisfactory soundtrack came on. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, let me use a sample belt to kind of get my distances going. Trying to get there. And then we hook into there. Well, go a little bit more this way, and then we'll hook into there. Alright, so now we need standard thing. Do these 6 high. Alright, now we need Mark IV belts. And the ones we are doing are this one. Third one down. And the bottom one on this side. Man, this is being touchy. And finally, and bam, we are making all the iron. 480 times 12. I believe it's 5,400. 50 times 12 would be... $6,000. All 12 belts, all 6 belts with the stuff on that side. All 6 belts with stuff on this side. Just waiting to go somewhere. That's going to a couple of our productions at the moment in those 2 buildings. Now we need to look at the steel. I was going to refactor that. Still need a hypertube from the iron factory. This is somewhere useful. Those are all still Mark III belts. That was a steel. Okay, that was a steel going to whatever. We were using all this iron specifically for steel. That's some from over there. Alright, did I replace these? I don't believe I did. $45 per minute times... basically 4 output belts? Or, no, 2 input belts. Oh, I just looped that over the top. 1 output belt. So 2 output belts on this side. 450 times, or 45 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 times 45 is 90 times 3. So 270. So we're filling the Mark III belts. And we have 2 rows of those. Or 2 floors of those. Two inputs, 1 output, 2 inputs, 1 output. There's the 4 outputs. Why is that one empty? So that iron is empty. And that iron is empty because... I sent it somewhere else. Up here... yeah, so those 2 iron inputs are empty. Those 2 are full. They're 4. Oh, I did send it. Oh, I know. That's right, because I sent it all to... where do these irons come from? So the top 2 are moving on to the to the iron production, but one... Do we add to that one? It's only a Mark III belt going on to a Mark IV belt. I think we do merge that with... No? That is really... As far as I can tell, that is really not the full 480. Where is the iron? It's copper. Logistics. I think my plan was to upgrade the steel mills to the iron ingot recipe. That way we get more bang for a buck. Am I getting the iron that's under here? Is it going somewhere useful? It is not. So that can go to the steel. There's also the iron over here. Cannot recall whether it has been... Yeah, it looks like it's going somewhere. Oh, is that being added on? Oh, there it is. How did I miss that? I was looking for a merger. Okay, so that one merges on with the half one I was looking at. Yeah, I was looking for that. Okay. So there's a full... Okay. But we still have the 3 underneath the one building that are not being used, so that's... Those are all impure. So that's another 360 we have available. And then we have the copper over there. So I need... $45 times 6 is, yeah, 270. I think I was only sending 240 and then just letting it. Anyway, do I have the recipe? Solid steel ingot. So that's the one that uses the iron ingots and coal. So instead of 3 and 3 to get 3, we get 2 and 2 to get 3. So with this, we can, yeah, we get a bonus. So then we can send some of the iron over. Alright, so we can make a blueprint for this. This is all on. Yeah, let's make a steel blueprint with that recipe in mind. There's also another blueprint I want to make. And then we can bring the iron ingots over. I'll use that 50. Is there any iron that... I think those three are the only that are unaccounted for in this general area. Got everything coming from over there. Feeding this line. Normal. These are all impure. Oh, these two are impure, these two are normal. I believe all these are normal. Then there's the ones under the cliff. The ones around here, those are all accounted for. The 6 over here, 3 there, 8 here. And then all the stuff on the cliffs and all the stuff up here is all accounted for. So just those 3. So yeah, I want to make... There's a blueprint I want to try to make. Do I have a way of entering? No. Gotta fix that, but not right now. Yeah, there's a couple of blueprints I want to make. So we need one for the forge. We're still working with 4x4, right? Yeah, when we unlock 5x5 and stuff, that'd be pretty cool. Okay. 8 constructors, Mark 3 left to right. Alright, so with those forges, foundries, so technically we can fit 3 across. And then front to back. It's all a matter of, can I run the logistics through on either side? Or do we just worry about doing one? And then we can combine. That's farther over. Then we can combine. Technically get, possibly get 6 in. We can also go up. Oh yeah, plenty of room to go up. So we could possibly fit 12 in the blueprint. And then with the recipe we want the solid steel ingot. Wait, there's a recipe for steel ingot and concrete to make steel pipe. Okay. That's in the foundry, huh? Interesting. We got 40 coming in, 60 going out. We can do 480 on a belt. So if we can do 8 in a blueprint, then we'll fill up a Mark IV belt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we can do that. Yeah, I think we can do that. Alright, can we fit? Got 2 different items coming in. We can snap splitters to this. So we can bring it in. And the other one can go up. And then in the middle, is that where we're at? Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with it not being like super crammed. Oh yeah, we have all this problem going through the middle there. Oh, that's interesting. I'll take it. I assume those are actually connected. Oh yeah, because we also have to raise and lower some stuff. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Um, Alright, so that's the general idea. But I do need to bring this. Do need to bring it next to the center line. That's right, I can do that and nudge. I forgot all about nudge. Now can we get... Or do I have to merge at the floor? I usually don't like merging on the floor. We can make an exception if we're getting super efficiency with the Oh, that's right, there's you're out of alignment. You need some extra ones of them. And then we have Mark IV coming in. That's same point 2 away. No, nothing's going to come out of here. Nothing's going to go into there because of the output. And what we're going to have here is a merger. For the stuff coming from upstairs. Those can actually all be Mark IIIs, can't they? Because we're only doing half. It's only the final output of the blueprint that's Mark 4. Because we're doing 60 each times 40, yeah, 240 coming off of this one. Okay, so now I'm gonna do power connectors for these things in the back. Alright, now we need to get the second layer. Alright, what do I want? Foundations. Do I want to do... Do I want to do these? No, I think we go with regular foundations. Let's go with shiny 2 meter. I kind of want... Should I have put the foundations down first? A little bit bigger. I think we can go with foundations just big enough to put these on. Yeah. Q. Yeah, shiny 2 meter. Can we get away with it? I think we can get away with just... do I go over one? Yeah, we can have them floating and then we'll connect something that supports. On vertical zoop. One more clearance. And that should be enough to get the others on. Alright, yeah. Stick it there. D64, hello, welcome. Alright, now we should be able to put some of these on top, repeat process of those, then link these with a vertical. And then we can hook everything else in the back. Alright, so how much are we coming in? We're coming in with 40 times 8, so 320. Come in the same side, or do we come in then run? I think we come in this side and run across. Alright, let me see if I can get these placed. You're gonna wanna... Let's do that so we can nudge if we need to. Perfect. Oh, you can kind of yeah, that's right. Once you hit H, you kind of override the restrictions, because you can adjust it off the edge if you want to. Pretty cool. Now I gotta do all the mergers. So I do need a temporarily the foundation. There. Awesome. Wrong tab. Logistics. Mergers. Coming this way. Is that equally between them? Let me confirm. Are we on the middle line? Yes. Yeah, these happen to be okay. These happen to be. All right, so perfectly on the middle line. And then one more. In the middle of that. Yeah. Pretty sure that's where I want it. Alright, now the belts. Alright, we got those all run on this side. Let me put... where is that under? Architecture? No, there it was, at the bottom. Catwalks. Oh man, nothing snaps the mergers. You center it all? No, you did not. Just want to run a catwalk across there. Oh, why is it so hard? Especially if I could get them up to this level, because it snaps to the back of this perfectly. Large vents. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Do H. And this game lasts 1 to 2 years. Yes, big update 1.1 earlier this year. Had a whole bunch of features, especially quality of life features. Elevators. The fact that I can vertically adjust like this now. I forget what the big content edition was, but Yeah, with 1.0 and 1.1 in last 1.0 was about a year and a half ago. 1.1 was 8-9 months ago. Yeah, the game has really solidified. And then now what they're teasing 1.2. Okay, that is perfect. Alright, so now we have a catwalk that we can walk on. Now I'll have to see how that fits within the factory to get there, but... so those are done. Now we can get rid of these foundations. Need some way to make it look like it isn't just floating though. So we'll add some decoration, but we won't be totally Eclipse crazy about it. Build underground. There are tricks to do that, but you're beneath the no clip zone, so it's really bizarre. But yes, there's tricks where you can get underground and build down there and build train lines and other stuff. And then there are caves that you can build in. But let me get right. Yeah, definitely not intended. Because it like I said, you just see void underneath you, so don't fall. Alright, we have those on the front side. Need ways of running power. But now let's get the backside. So we need... okay, did that right. I can go there. So we need a common input to get split both ways and then up. Let me first take care of this. So we need splitters here. And we're going that way. Oh, interesting. It switched sides when I put these on. So now I need to do this again. Because see, the upper part was facing this way, and once I placed that, it flipped around. Interesting to see if it does it on the blueprint. Alright, so now we can feed the belts across. But I need to feed the iron and thing into these from other places. First, let's do everything over here. Oh, did I run out of stuff? That's weird. Yeah, see how that one is there? So we are going up to it? No. Yeah, it doesn't matter. 2. Zip 1. Now when I put the splitters on, watch what happens to the going up piece, it changes. So now we gotta go through and replace them all. Now we need to bring in now we need to do the same up here. Yeah, those changed as well. Oh no, that's okay. I saw all of those arrows contradicting each other, but it's the green arrows to the right that count for this. Alright, those are all in place. Belts. Oh, now the other side. Alright, so we have all the inputs accounted for. Now we need to bring everything in. We need to bring in 2 areas, different levels. So we have a splitter coming in. Let's see there. 1 click in. Hey, Sounder fan, welcome. And there. 1 click in. Alright, but now we need these at 2 different levels. So this is at 3. This is at 4. And actually, we need to keep going up. So you're there. And you're there. Glad I don't have to do this once in the blueprint. Then we'll make it. Alright, now we have a... How do we do the... So that's gonna go to this side there. So you can put those on vertical things, but can we attach this within? So I need to come in, I need to split up, and then across. So does this need to go there, and that one needs to be reversed? Because I know when we have... When we do this, I can put a splitter in the middle of this. And then we can we delete the other half? Yes. Okay, so we kind of have to force it with this kind of, well, functionality. Alright, so that has to come second. So that's not a problem. Now I need to do that. So if I start with this. Or do I want to start with this a little bit higher? No, I gotta start with one off the ground. Hook into this. We go up. Alright, is that the correct level? No, it's a little too high. So that's too high, so we need to just come in as low as possible. We're coming in off of this. One back. Two back. 1, 2. Go up as high as we need. Now we put this. At whatever level 3 of these are. Third level. So that's the level for that. Have to replace that level. Alright. Whole convoluted method here, but second one in. 2 back from the edge. Just keep it within the range. Perfect. And now we match that height. A lot of figuring stuff out here. Oh yeah, I can compare to that one. That's too low. Yeah, that height right there. On that one and this one. That height. And now we have a belt, and we do straight. And that one goes in there. And that one goes in here. And that one goes in there. A little bit of clipping. I'm not going to be concerned about that. Because at least it doesn't go through the meat of that pole, I guess. And that is otherwise elegant. And then these bits can be chopped off. Not too bad. Oops. Can't walk under. Oh no. Crouch C. So the walkway is not strictly functional, but good enough. And then we have to connect these. There's a way to fix that, on this side at least. Alright, functionally we're done except for running power. All the recipes. And a little bit of support decoration for what's going on up there. So... don't really have anything that supports what I'm trying to do here. So I want... do painted beams. Top of there. Yeah, we'll do the four corners. Okay, that makes things look a little more supported. We're still kind of floating on the inside. Then we'll bring Lothanis, good evening. Alright, got the outside seemingly supported. Bring one across the middle. I could do a whole zigzag thing. I missed that one, totally. That's where it wants to be. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I think what we can do here, and do I have... Yeah, I think that'll work. Let's do... H. There we go. That just ties it all together. It doesn't look like those corners are floating. Now we need to supply power. 2 in the middle. So if I do... Work on phase 3, yep. Need to feed it some steel, so I'm working on a steel forgery? Forge. Foundry, that's the word. There's a word in there somewhere for it. And then we can go there. And there. It doesn't even clip. But now we need to get the power upstairs and then connected to an outer final point. Then we gotta hook up upstairs. Oops, let me hook up. That to that. We'll loop them around. Alright, lower set is hooked up. Alright, there you are. 6. Uh, 5? There we go, 5. Oh man. Definitely can't go out the other side. Because that's our output belt. 480 steel. Alright, well, won't bother with that. We'll stick with that. So we bring in 320 iron ingots, 320 coal, and we get out 480 steel. Still need to hook up power upstairs. I think what we do is leave that alone. Just having the walkway along here. And if it can hook to something in the building, then we will. If not, then we won't. Yeah, power upstairs. Last big question. So we could just hook... Yeah, we'll just hook from down below. That one, that one, and then this one's on this side. Will that work? That's gonna be a little more awkward. I mean, I can do it. Oh, we can do that. Let's do... Yeah, we'll... There's a little bit of clipping, but we'll do that. Then we'll do that on the other side. So we go from there. To there. To there. Up here. From there. To there. Then we gotta hook that one to the one below it. Alright, so they're all hooked up, and then we have... All I have to do is hook power to either this side or the other side one, and we have power. Now, is there any other... Oh, I need to hook these up. I need to bring that down. Okay, that's a little more complicated than I thought. Oh, no, it's all coming in through here. That has to go in, and that has to go in. So that's a merger. This one we just keep simple. You can just bring it down the side. So I need to change the output of that one to the side. And we just come here. It's not fancy, but it'll work. And then the half comes in there, and then out this way is 480. Alright, now what colors do we want all this? Let's look at our options here for the buildings themselves. I'm thinking the black and red. Since they're making steel. For the belts, haven't messed with any of these. These I've used. Oh, I wanted to edit it. Alright, what color? So we got black. Yeah, don't really have anything like a dark forest green. So green with more saturated. Yellowish highlights. Hey Hildebrand, welcome. Alright, the belts on those. It's not too bad. That'd be probably a good thing for like a completely new save. It's like always have your output belts and input belts a different color. Alright, sneak in and get those sneaky belts. Oops. redo that one. Sneaky belt. Alright, those are all done. Backside here. And the other backside. Got all the belts. Alright, backside over here. Okay, those are all done. Just painted another. Oh, I painted my whole blueprint maker. Okay, so now I need to get back to that. Now I need something for the beams and walkways. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, very kind of rich colors. And I probably messed up somewhere, but alright, I think this is done. So this is 8 foundries to make 480 steel. We need, for the project, we need 540, so we can send 2 lines down this way. The phase 2. Is that not on here? Yes, phase 2 needed 300, 540, 840. Yeah, so we can split the one to go into the two different phases. And then we'll have enough for phase 2 to feed phase 3, because we can't allow that to fade out. And I need to take another break. It's stretching them to 2 hours instead of 90 minutes. So let me do that. Let me give you guys a decent view of our blueprint here. Where are we? To the blueprint and the phase 3 stuff. Alright, I'll be right back, and then we will go install this and make some steel. And then we gotta feed all the iron and steel all the way over here. So yeah, there. Oh, I wanted E T. There we go. On the Alt tab. There we go. Be right back, guys, and we will continue. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back, everybody. Thanks so much for waiting and hanging out. Big featureless box exec. Oh, thank you. Yeah, trying. That's the eternal struggle with a lot of these games. I need E. E is the button. Alright, so that will make a good amount of steel. So now, new blueprint. Steel, 480. Alt recipe 1. Input 320 iron ingot. 320 coal, output 480 steel ingot. Raspberry cider sounds yummy. I don't think I've had that, but it does sound yummy. Good morning. Icon. Parts. Steel ingot. Color. Smelter blue. It's essentially smelters. Better, deeper sleep. Ah, very good. And save blueprint. So 320, 640, 960. So two full belts of iron and coal will give us 3 belts of steel. So let's go rip down the old one. And we'll put this in its place. Whoosh. We essentially ready to go? Well, if I have to go back and get some stuff, we will. Rotors. Does that blueprint need? And where is it? There it is. Yeah, because we need rotors. Although we'll get rotors back from tearing down the other ones. And we need steel beams. cyberpunk. Yeah, there's definitely, you can definitely get that aesthetic on this. I'm doing really good. I need cables. I need iron plates. Iron rods. Concrete I think I'm good on. Silica and quartz. Might be building some windows around the thing, so get some of those. Reinforced iron plate. Modular frames, do we need these for this blueprint? Yes, and we're short. Rotors we need. We also need to refill rotors on here. Do we need quick wire? Probably should have some. Do we need copper sheets? We definitely need steel. And we'll definitely need some of these at some point. Are we not making these? Oh, the steel. Yeah, the steel that's making them is probably cut off. So we have to fix that. I think, well, if we're not good, we'll come back. There's always that option. No, I didn't grab plastic. That one goes nowhere. Alright, we can essentially rip everything down on this floor and the floor above. So we're gonna need some boxes to put stuff in. Do I get more of a storage box or just a bunch of these? Alright, now to go, well, actually, before I tear it down, let's just throw a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, it'll take a while for us to have to worry about it. And now we go crazy with the teardown gun. Let's start with belts at this level. Not feeding anything. Pretty fast overall. Alright, let me get the upstairs and then we'll... Do you want all that? Alright, now they go through all the individual pieces and try to get them selected. How much more room do I have? Huh? Start leaving boxes run? Yes, we have. Alright, let's put this in. Alright, should be able to get the rest now. Leave any more crates around? Oh yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, this save we're gonna carry through to the end. Now they're threatening to do a 1.2. And the one feature they showed was fluid trucks. Alright, no floating bits. Probably not. Everyone's like, trucks, because there's like, fluids are already messy enough, and you're using trucks, a notoriously unreliable transport system, to improve fluid transportation. So it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it'll be interesting, and it depends on how much they buff how much the trucks can carry, because it's like the trains right now, most people don't really feel that liquid tanks carry enough to really justify using them. They'd almost rather package and unpackage the fluids. It'll be interesting. It's like, that was just like the tease of like just one part, but it'd be interesting to see what else they have in mind. But if they can actually kind of fix the trucks a bit and fix the water physics or the fluid physics. Yeah, I've never used them. Because what happens is if you're out of render range, they just kind of go point to point, and they aren't actually driving to try to save the fact that they're bad at driving. They keep getting stuck or hung up on rocks and stuff. So it's like, usually make roads, you know, give them plenty of room to turn. Alright, let's see. So now we have this platform. We don't need nearly as much of it, I don't think. We only need to set up 3 things. We'll set them up facing me. We'll feed... yeah, we'll feed on that side and come out on this side, and we'll have 3 belts. So, and we're just 4x4 on each of these. So let's give ourselves some space. Yeah, probably don't even need to hang out this far. What are we doing under here? So 1, 2. So we put it on this bit. Yeah, exactly. Keep it short. Short and easy. Alright, so let's just do... I want the inputs on this side. Do H. Tuck it up against here, so we have 2 blocks. If we take down a bunch of those, we'll have 2 blocks on this side. Block and a half on this side. Alright, so we can go this way a little bit. We need sheets, cables. There's a bunch of those downstairs. There we go, look at that. That's true, yeah, just don't make the route difficult. Just do a flying highway. But there's a couple of people. There's one guy who made his entire world a freeway system. That's just absolutely amazing. He does like time-lapse drives, you know, sitting in his trucks around the highway system. And, you know, like how some people do it for driving on the freeways and stuff. Alright, so we may need a little bit longer. Not a whole bunch. I need some stuff though. I need mostly... I don't think I need those. I do need wires. I think I need rotors more than... I did need these and those and those. Concrete wouldn't be... A couple of those, and I think we'll be good to make the other blueprints. Copy the blueprint. Beach. Yeah, they do need to give themselves each other a little bit of breathing space. How do we have this one? This one aligns with the middle. Bingo. That will not cause issues. Reasonably narrow canyon. Ah, yeah. I think most of the issues come when you well, my guess is problems happen when you transition from in render range to out of render range, especially if you do it a lot, because they'll go from skipping point to point in the when you're editing your route. They just go point in the right amount of time. If you go in and out of render range, then they have to reset themselves and start actually driving, or stop driving and get so I think that's what causes a lot of issues, is just that transition between those two modes. Two. I want to actually totally come forward. Yeah, I can totally come forward and over one more this way. Not hurting for space. Oh, that's interesting. Those got left off. Huh. How do I get coal in my thing again? Alright, let me try that again. Get these a little bit closer, so we'll set the corner at this site right here. So cube, blueprint. H. H. And need one more row. Foundations. Made enough noise. Yeah, see, that's a much more interesting blueprint. You know, I haven't done the crazy decoration, but it looks more industrial. Gets a lot done in a small area. So we will end up having 3 belts of output. So 2 or 1, 2, and 3. That's at 2, 3, 4. Mode straight. Alright, that'll be our 3 things of steel. We need power for this. So that's one of the potential power points. They show power. Yep, yellow. Power, but no input. For now. Does that clip? Yeah, it does clip. But we will fix that at some point. Right now, I just want input. So now we need iron ingots, not iron ore. So what iron ore is coming in here? That is all going... So we have two bottom ones here. Oh, that's coal. That's coal. That's fine. Oh, okay, we did unhook the iron altogether then. That's iron ore, 2 coal. These 4 were the steel out. 2 coal, iron out. Okay. We have to completely redo our distribution here. So now we can deal with Mark IV belts. And now we have conveyor holes, so we can do much fancier walls. Now let me grab this before I forget it. We can scrap scrape off a couple layers of this now. But we do need to add on this side. So how much coal do we have coming in? I believe... Well, let me get a whole... Do need those. So we need to run some so we need to run two belts of iron from here, from there to here. Got two right there, so we can just run them over. We gotta get the steel running back to everything else. Yeah, we're in get her done mode. So we're just going to take you. Too steep. Oh, just need to take off straight mode. Get her done. I need to be making steel to make the girders for the Mark IV belts. Alright, let me find the optimum points here. Is there room to put it back on these? Well, at least we can do that. Yeah, we'll put them on there. So what I want to do... I'm going to upgrade this to Mark IV. Curve mode. We need two of those, and then to get them on there, what we're going to do is mergers. Oh, it turns too sharply. Alright, that's a bummer. I could probably get them on this one. Because that's a straight run. Yeah, there we go. So one there, one there. And then just bring it over or under? Probably over. Yeah, that'll do the trick. So we are here. Now we need to start. Oh. Coming over this way. Alright, that's gonna reach. Alright, and now they're on the highway. How you doing, Dino? Oh, whoop. And then the highway ends. Of course. Some highway, right? Highways in real life never end in the middle of nowhere, right? They're always perfectly complete. We're on a road to nowhere. Alright, all kinds of shenanigans going on out here. First I need to go get some more Mark IV plates, because we're almost out. And then we gotta fix our coal routes with those. Because now we have enough to just do 400? Or 480? They want some of that. Oof, actually, yep. Alright, let's go get a bunch of encased industrial beams. Let's fix our coal supplies here. We can bring that back. Anything else we're missing that I can... Need to get some plastic. Quick wire I need. Quartz crystal. Regular wire. Yeah, I'm really pleased with this. It's like a nice substantial compact, yeah. Yeah, nice, visually interesting. It's like, so now I'll put a box around it. Alright, how much is this gonna grab? It's all coal. It's all raw materials except for this. Although we're going to get a bunch of these back when we replace the Mark III with Mark IVs. Apparently I shut the power down to that. No, take all for now. Let me also put some of those in there for now, and then grab some more. soup. Yeah, I'll redo the whole input wall here. Because now we just need 6 lines in. No, 4 lines in. So each stack takes 320. So if we have 3 of them, so that's 960 divided by 2 is 480. We just have to split 2 lines of coal, 2 lines of iron ingots, and then just split them over. Yeah, slightly easier. I need to set up an awesome sink to handle all this. So we no longer need splitters and mergers. Oh, okay, I like that puts the box where you are now instead of where you're aiming. So you have some control over where these boxes end up. It's all going. Or not? Where'd the others go? Dismantled crate. Well, that's disturbing. No, because there's all... I had full inventory, and it was all coal and stuff that I did not have room for. So the first one went there. Maybe. I did end up with some coal, so that sounds about the right for the amount of coal that is there. But now what we want is... we just need 1 line out. We're gonna get a whole bunch of those in return. Partial stack, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there wasn't as much as I thought there was in there. On those. Curve. Alright, now we're just gonna go back to default. And we'll replace this top line. And that now needs to go upstairs. So we're going to dismantle everything Yeah, everything going in and out of this because we're going to redo all that. Let me set up an awesome sink upstairs just to start dumping all the stuff we get, extra stuff we get. Alright, now I can start throwing all the coal. I keep pushing Alt to click because some other game uses that. All the room I had for? No, steel ingots can go in there too. I do want to keep the steel beams. Throw those over real fast. Take some more of those. Try to do this a little faster. Alright, everything else is useful. 7 rows of 9, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why games it's like the inventory boxes are like usually a different number of rows wide. It's like, be consistent. Alright, I think everything up there. Now those. These we need right now. I need some of those. No, clean road, yeah, exactly. Because when you get expanded pocket universe, you get like 5 extra slots or something. So it never quite lines up. Pocket dimension. Did I save enough space? Maybe? Rows of 9, yeah, exactly. $40 coal, 24. That's not too much. Okay, now dismantle all these. So those go to input of that. Well, let me make sure they're all steel, or steel capable. So that's steel. There's 4 total. We just need the 3. So the 3 we need are the top 3. Alright. Clean this wall up. Not seeing any meatballs. Yeah, right. Not enough meatballs for this all the spaghetti. Alright, so now we can just do walls. Some basic ones. So 1, 2, 3. And then, yeah, we just need 3 outputs, so we will do... Now we can do the conveyor holes. Logistics? Yes. So now we can line them up any way we want. So the first one, we're at the second thing there. That's ground level. Actually, let me find out what the levels are. Perfect. So we can line up the holes now. Perfect representations of the heights we're going for. And call it a day. So let me put... on straight mode. Didn't quite look level. Now not exactly going to get the best results out of all this. Where is that coming in? Alright, let's clear how much space I have here. Let's clear these 4. This tower. And we'll do a new tower. Couple more. Now there's no way these are getting down to there, but we'll see. Oh, no, you can do it. Nice roller coaster ride. Alright, let me track down all of my... Now before we do that, let me now work on the inputs. So we got 2 coal that we need to come in. And 2 iron right there. So let's figure that out from this angle. Alright, so we're coming in. So this... We'll do left as coal, right as... we have 2 lines, and the first one needs to be split. And then we need to merge, split the second and merge here. And then the remainder goes down this way. So we have... This will be the... This will be the... This will be iron. So 3 matches up with that, so... And we need two lines of it. I'll just go ahead and put these here. Alright, so that'll be the taller one. So we need that line. Okay, I got it right. That line to go there. Okay, so we split. So that's all Mark IV. That can be Mark III because it gets split in half. Need a Mark IV of this. 2. And then we need a splitter. It's merger. Splitter's on the outside. Splitter. So that needs to go on this one. So we do Mark IV here. And then the remainder goes on. We need another one here. So we need the split from the second one. Because 320 goes off, so now we only have 160. So we need to add 160 from there. That's awkward. We need to split and merge. Well, I think they're too close. Yeah, they're gonna be too close. So how can I get... some of that one onto this one. Splitter. It's a little funky, but I think I have a plan. There we go. So now 160 is coming along here. We add from this one. And so that'll eventually be 320 again. And this one can just go from here to there straight in. And then whatever's left over, ends up in here. The problem is we're sticking out the side of the building. That's okay. And we can get rid of this. Now we need to do the same thing for the... So this is iron. The other will be coal. So... low ones go there. How much room do I need to leave? We know this one ends up going all the way. This one needs to split like immediately. Can we even get it in there? And can we get the other ones by? I don't think so. Gorg, hello, welcome. Got me in concentration phase. I can fix this one by doing this. Just face it that way and then we come back a little bit. Give it some room. Now, can we get back? Barely. Do I care? Do we do it beforehand? Because we could do all this beforehand and just have the 3 belts. That is probably the way to do that. We do all that shenanigans here since we have the space. Alright, that's what we're doing. So that can be fixed, the others can stay. So all that's fine. Do that one there. And now we except these we need 3 rows, but then be the tall ones and the short ones. Is that what we did? No, that one's just inside the middle. Actually, the outside one is the only one that comes this far. Alright, that one goes all the way. This one goes most of the way. So we don't need these. And this one goes... Alright, so now we need to do the distribution here. So we essentially have... and then we can stack them both. So we need 2 belts coming in. We need a merger. Bring them in. Yeah, kind of over there. So we'll start 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that'll work. So that'll give me room here. So this one can be here. And then we can do the other set over here. Enough room? So we need to merge? No, we need to split. Got one there, one there. So you come out to here. And you come out to here. So you... If we split this one... You would go to here. We split... And you end up being the first one. So now 480, technically 240, 240, but when the far end gets backed up, they'll get split the way they're supposed to. Now this one does not have... I'll eventually end up with 360 or 160. So now this needs a merger split from that one. And then this one continues on. All right. Merger, so merger goes there. Is that actually going in the wall? Interesting concept. No, that's a splitter. This is a merger. There we go. So that'll end up being 320. That'll be 160, that'll be 160, and that'll be 320. Alright. So that's what we're doing. I didn't know there was going to be math. Actually, that may not be attached to that. Math in my factory game? Yeah. That's not so much a balancer, it is a cascading. When the machines back up, then they'll force the right ratios. So this thing is cascading to the left, and then when those machines back up, the extra excess will start moving to the right until those are all filled up properly. So that there. No, I don't have room that way. So we can do that a little bit off center. Do we actually have room over here? Yeah, we'll just do it off center so it... That there. That there. Yeah, it's essentially kind of how the manifolds work anyway. Yeah, when you first split evenly, it's like half the things try to jam in the first machine, but that machine fills up, and then when that half belt backs up, you know, the rest of it finally goes down the line. So it's a manifold just pre-done rather than waiting to do it down there. It's a manifold with 2 belts is what it is. Manifold with 1 belt's easy. Manifold with 2 belts gets complicated. Alright, now those are set. Now we can paint these up. A nice blue or green. So you're manifolding the manifold, I guess. Is pre-manifolding? That's one thing a lot of people don't understand. Because Satisfactory doesn't use the arms that Factorio and Dyson Sphere does. It uses splitters. But in Factorio you're using splitters generally to make balancers. But essentially the splitter is the sorter or inserter. So a long assembly line in Factorio is running a manifold just with inserters instead of splitters. Yeah, the 8x8. And so early on in Satisfactory, a lot of people couldn't get it in their head that, you know, when you have a line of factories and you're using the splitters in a row to feed each one, it's exactly the same as using inserters in Factorio. And balancing happens before you get to that line of factories. So each line of factories is fed by a belt with inserters, but you're not trying to balance going into every single machine. You're trying to balance each line going into a line of equal number of factories. And so for the longest time, people were just assuming that it was two different processes when it's actually the same process. And it's like, oh, I gotta have balancers. It's like, you're not... In Factorio, you don't balance going in every single machine. Even in Factorio, that would drive you crazy. By inserter speed, yeah. Yeah, so you're usually trying to find, inserters capable of feeding at least that machine. Dyson Sphere is the same thing. Especially because there's a lot of recipes that will run like, okay, I need 20 of this item. But usually it'll be a slow enough recipe that the inserters can keep up. True. Rarely do you have a machine that can, a single machine that can overwhelm the capacity of a belt. Alright, so we have successfully fed and extracted from this factory. Now I need to plug in the ingredients into the outside wall. Purple science. Oh yeah, because when you... That's true, you have all the acceleration stuff for factories. That this game has some acceleration of factories, but 250%. Alright, so we got our 3 outputs. Now I need to plug coal into the bottom 2 and iron into the top 2. Iron is right here. We have a coal right here as well. That is not conducive to... Yeah, we can do it. Alright, so coal input 1 there. Coal input 2 there. Iron. You need to sneak out that way. 1. One, 2. Do I even have to do that? So I want that. We'll do it anyway. So now they can at least split. So iron, iron. So then you can come down. Put you up there. No, even better idea. Kind of janky, but not quite as bad. So we just do each of these this way. Then I can bring this down to a couple different levels. So you'll be the high level, you'll be the low level. Alright, and then coal is even close enough. First coal in there. We need to get the iron. Do we need to get the iron no closer? I don't think this is gonna reach. Just doesn't reach. Top one does. But we need to get it closer. Just a little bit closer. Weird 3-4 build. One of my supposed to have 1-to-2 ratio. Single inserter just couldn't transfer. Ah, interesting. Kind of. I can't quite picture it, but I know. Yeah, there's some shenanigans with trying to get multiple inserters and okay, so that, and now we need to bring this coal together. So these need to go onto a single belt. So we need to upgrade for now. This will work. We'll just upgrade these two. Then we will split the bottom belt here. And we will merge on to the top belt here. And that gives that the full 480. And then Alright, now we're making 960 steel per minute. No, more than that. 3 times 1440. That part didn't even occur to me. Just ignore the phasing. Alright, they're all gonna back up here pretty quickly. Because now we need to send them all down that way. Recover as much as I can here. Not too shabby. Okay, we're gonna get a lot of these. Oh wow, we used up a lot of the encased industrial beams. Let me throw a couple of cheap things in here. Free up a couple stacks. Excellent. Alright, so now we can upgrade all the lines in the tunnel. Yeah, those two have a place to go, but they're only going at 270 per minute. At least now we should be making... So let's start upgrading. Um, 4E. Upgrade on that side. Upgrade on that side. Alright, now let's go get a bunch more of these so that we can actually upgrade the whole kit and caboodle. And we can send them on. I'm really pleased with this. this blueprint. It's like, takes a while to set up these blueprints, but then when you slap them down, you get so much more production very easily. Good night, Dino. Have a good one. Catch you later. And thank you for the lurk. Alright, let's go get some more beams. Not sure where this third one goes and why it stopped. And I need to take a break. I'm taking a break every 2 hours instead of 90 minutes. But whatever steel is being used for, it's being used for again. Let me... Yeah, that's the one thing I have to adjust it. Otherwise you get the flashing, a lot of flashing. And go and get up here, and then we'll keep an eye on our empire with the area that's still a lot of spaghetti. There, I'll be right back, and we will finish hooking up and speeding up all the steel. Be right back. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back everybody. Thanks so much for waiting and hanging out. Yes, this is the one with the tower in the crater. We're about to go there because I need more blocks to make the Mark IV belts, so we can run the steel that way. So the steel we do have...
Plebs are needed.
Rocks. Rocks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Is this steel? This is iron. That's steel ingots. That is nothing. Alright, what's going on up here? Oh, can't get in that way. I'm like a moth against the window there. Thunk. So we got 2 steels. Oh, we got the bug with the backwards lifts. These are not going that way. Where's the iron coming from? I didn't... Okay, stealing it. Ironing it. Now it's stealing it. Alright, I messed something up. I messed something up. That should never have been iron ingots. Because we never put iron ingots on this line before. Alright, so this... Alright, where's this going? I know we need steel over here. Because we were making like steel pipes and things. And there's the iron, so... Yeah, because it comes up here. Goes over to these machines. Yeah, you're making steel beams. Okay, so that one was correct. This is making motors. I take some motors out, fire everything up. And there's our encased industrial beams. That's being used. Oh, that's being used for the heavy encased thingamabobbers. Okay, I was gonna say, why am I short of encased industrial beams if they're all coming up here? No, but they are being used. And then we're making computers. They're all going on the line back to... Okay, so that, I think that... The top steel one was fine. Now the bottom steel one. Because one of these changed. Now the bottom steel one I think goes all the way there. That is this one. Alright, so that one and that one are steel. He's still lightning. Yeah, they look different. Steel ingots, alright. So those two are steel. It's like, why did I mess up? Now we gotta figure out which belt down below. So these are coming this way, right? These are all copper, yep, rubber, plastic. Upgrade steel, yeah, because we're about to fire up that building. Why are the lights on? Lights shouldn't be on. And they weren't on earlier? Weird. Okay, so those two are steel, so it's... Yeah, then we have the upside down. Those should be going down. And then below, so that's... the back to inside. MC, oh, thank you, welcome. Alright, back to... So those are iron. These two are steel. Oh, which one is... Okay, this one should be... This should be the one I have to worry about. So the bottom of the two steel. Let me confirm. Maybe get some more fuel at some point. Let me confirm. So the bottom of these two is the middle here. And the middle there is the bottom of this belt. Alright. Those two belts. I mean, the fact that it hasn't stopped yet kind of tells me that I could have sworn it changed from iron to steel. I'm like, it's still steel. Now it goes, yeah, it goes into a splitter that comes up to feed this steel. Alright. So why was I seeing iron on that belt? And when will it... See, they're all coming down. Well, some of those should be coming down, but these two should be going up. Yeah, there's a bug with 1.1. Animation glitch, yeah. Alright, so that one goes all the way... First, second, third, fourth floor. Does not appear to be a problem. Let's just make sure, but... Oh yeah, let me turn off the lights, because otherwise I'll have no frames. I do not know how these lights turned on. No, that's just intensity. Oh, stand by. Nope. They are off. Or at least that sets off. There we go. Weird. Alright, all three things are still coming through. Yeah. Alright, now we need to go second to the top floor and see if the steel iron situation. Yeah, I didn't just imagine that, right? There was said iron. It's this floor. Yeah, that should be steel. And it goes over there and makes steel pipes. Merp. Weird. Right. Exactly. So another visual. Alright, let me get the things I need for the Upgrading the belts. And then we can send all these on one, essentially. I'll have to look at the whole thing of where steel needs to go, because it needs to go to both buildings at the moment. So I'll have to see what's up with that. But yeah, let me keep upgrading these belts. But now we should be at least getting more of the encased beams. Before, the production was shut down, so we were running out. Alright, I need to put some stuff away to have more room. Alright, where do I have a nice empty box? There we go. Just keep a couple concrete. Same with that, we'll just keep a couple stacks of that. We are receiving a lot of steel beams because the upgrade changes from encased beams to steel beams. And I'm stockpiling all these for this particular purpose. Alright. So we'll upgrade the belts. We'll have stuff go to the other factories, but then if it overflows, then we'll have it come onto the belts going to the headquarters. Alright, where else does steel go? Because we need to get some up here. How do we get steel? Where do we steal the steel from? That's iron. Was that steel? It what? Was not? Was? Alright, what does that need to be? Steal your resolve. Alright, so that goes all the way up to the top floor. Second input. Because that belt's been empty for a while. Is it steel? Yeah, that's our fourth steel line. Alright, so that needs to... Yeah, because we were doing 4 270s. So that... Okay, so until that one's alive, we are not getting any more encased industrial beams. So that's what these are. Yeah, because we turn ingots into beams here and move them on. Okay. Let me correct that problem. All the floors? City skylines. Because we won't need that belt. Alright, so I need to take some from one of these and put it on that one. Alright. So splitter. And merger. Alright, will I be able to draw this short piece of belt? Yes. Alright, that crisis is temporarily averted. Let me grab some more fuel while I'm thinking about it. Yep, spaghetti still reigns in some places for sure. Like, what is all this purple glow? Sunset? Purple sunset? Yeah, I need to get the right angle so it's... Alright, so we're tier 4 all the way to that point. Oh, the other question I have is, am I generating enough power to run the factory? I think we need to figure that out. This is Suma with the raid. Welcome everybody, how you guys doing? Thank you very much. Blooming, who am I? Black Ranger, welcome guys.
Plebs are needed.
Blooming with the follow, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Billman. We are doing Satisfactory today.
Plebs are needed.
Who am I? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team.
Plebs are needed.
And Lady Macbeth, thank you. Welcome. Awesome streamer, music reviewer. Go check out Zasuma's Star Stuff. There we go. Hey guys, welcome. Let me give you a quick tour. I'm currently upgrading my steel production. So I'm upgrading the belts to carry the steel. That's that one. That one. That one. That fixed the glitch? No. There's a visual glitch going on where these belts are carrying the stuff from there to there. And then the heck happened to my...
Plebs are needed.
Beam POFC, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. What the heck happened there? I was gonna point out the visual glitch of these going up and these going that way. And now we've lost the heads to these conveyor lifts. What is going on? Let me downgrade it. Nope. No, it's just a visual glitch. Casually phasing through reality, right? Alright, let me make sure we're at Mark 4 lift. We already did that one. See, that one transitioned fine. And then we gotta upgrade the ones down here. I'm not even doing that one. I'm so confused. Alright, those are fine. Okay, that one was steel. Does no longer has to be steel. So we can fix one of our problems right away with deleting that. Deleting that. That's fine. And then, oh yeah, let me take you guys on a quick tour of that. Invalid placement. Oh, I have to reverse it first. No? It's not reversing. Okay, so there's a bug there. Alright, let me take you on a tour. This was the starting location. There is lots and lots of belt spaghetti. This structure is one of those attempts to fix the belt spaghetti by running it all through a tunnel. There's my iron smelting factory. That will be my railroad. Over there is the concrete factory. That's the steel foundry. Yes, the standard Satisfactory spaghetti. Exactly. That is making all the basic building supplies. That's making some non-basic building supplies. It still doesn't have a... Still haven't made it pretty. I'm pleased with that one. Pleased with that one. The copper one looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good. Yeah, don't look at that one. And then our space elevator is over here in the crater. So that's where we're sending everything to accomplish the mission. Yeah, we were at, when I started the stream, we were at 260 hours. And so add another 7 to that. Alright, there's our space elevator. There's the building that I'm trying to feed right now, so that will make the parts for the next phase. That's the one from the previous phase. I didn't put a skin on that one either, but I did make that one look okay. And this is our headquarters. That is also, that's the blueprint maker. Just made a pretty cool blueprint to make steel. We have eight machines in here making 480 steel per minute. I have all my items here. I can come along and pick up whatever I need. Room for expansion, so only this half this stuff, and that'll be for later parts of the games. Just some basic storage, the junk I get in my pockets. Show you that building. This one I'm pretty pleased with. All the stuff cascades from the top to the bottom, and then each floor is positioned one position out. It expands as it goes up to the skylight. So these are the machines that will make the final parts. Alien tech research, partially. We do have some dimensional depot storage. And we got our elevator.
Plebs are needed.
And 202, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the other shout out. There's the bot shout out, and there's the Twitch shout out. Alright, top floor. Yeah, so pretty basic factory layout. Whole line of factories with belts feeding them all. Like I said, it gets wider, the part gets wider each floor we go up. Oh, that's a view. That color is awesome. Couple pictures of that. Photo mode. Yeah, that was nice lighting. The golden hour. So yeah, all the factories. So this is ready to go. I just need to feed it. So upstairs on the roof is going to distribute. And so we were making more steel. Be able to feed this. And then we'll run down the run it down the wall, outside walls to get to everything. And we kind of have notes over here. Plus I have a spreadsheet, of course. You gotta have a spreadsheet if you're doing the factory game. So these are the positions of where they go down to different holes down below. We need some rubber, plastic, more rubber, some concrete. Nothing on those floors. 180 iron, 72 caterium, 252 concrete, 680 copper, 600 steel, 2,600 iron, Yeah, so that's where we need the steel. More iron, and quartz, and then finally, top floor, even more iron. And then we are here on the map. That's where the steel plant was. The factory buildings were here. The iron smelter was there, and then the thing we rode came out this way over here. Space elevator, my factory. We have oil production over here, and power generation. We've explored some of the other map, but we haven't really done anything with it. And then big dangerous middle part stuff finished with yet. So I was upgrading all the belts, make them go faster. Whee! There's a big old belt highway feeding all the stuff to the headquarters here. And so now, yeah, that's pretty much the main parts of it. There's different phases of building or supplying the elevator with parts. That's phase 2. You can see how much bigger phase 3 is. Phase 4 will put up against these cliffs, and who knows how big that will be. And there's a big old waterfall area over here. Probably phase 5. And a deep void. Don't fall in. So that's the tour. Also play other games like Dyson Sphere Program, Stationeers, and started a new save and playing a lot of that. Okay, they're finally coming in again, as are those. How many do we have? Pretty good supply. Alright, let's get back to the work. Oh, thank you very much. There's some improvising. I'm doing a lot of get her done stuff today, where I'm just running belts haphazardly to get things from one place to another. But there's a overall scheme. We're just not quite there yet for some of it. And I've been taking inspiration from a lot of the YouTubers who do Satisfactory and put a lot of detail into their builds. I can't do all of that because my computer's old, so I can't add that many parts just for decorations. But I can definitely try as hard as I can not to put together a whole bunch of square boxes everywhere. So that's why doing things like, you know, setting back the floors a little bit as you go up higher. So an inverted, well, V shape to the atrium. This building is mostly a box, but it has a little extra part sticking out here. These, I offset the floors. You know, so there's two boxes together. Now when I have it coming back with a slope for each floor. So little tricks just to make them not be, you know, completely boring. I need to go through this now. But some of the people who do builds in this game. Just like it's like in Minecraft. It's like some people just have a knack for making things look really, really good. Oh, I did not need to go this far. Because we already upgraded all the belts in this area. So they're already done. I got to the end when the raid came. So now I gotta figure out whether those are visual glitches will go away. Should probably just redo them. Alright, so I want a copy of that. Let me go ahead and redo this one as well. Are you pointing the wrong way? You're pointing the wrong way. Alright, now those are fixed. And those are going the right way. Now we can have one coming out of here. I do not need this anymore, this, or that, or this. I can just feed this. I'll do that. At least for now. Trying to do. That shouldn't be going down. Everything's messed up now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now you have all the steel you could ever use. These need to be upgraded. Those three already have been. Now we upgrade along here. That really doesn't need to be upgraded. Slow burn factory over there that doesn't need that high of a throughput. Alright, that's these two. Maybe it's supposed to be on this one? Guess not. If we bring the third steel, we can definitely upgrade that one. Chain upgrade, yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. All the way to the end. I should fix these. Alright, the ones I need are fixed. Yeah, we need to consolidate a lot of this stuff to be able to get... We only got 12 belts in here. Might need more than that. Alright, so 2 we need to do. 2 in the back on the inside. Alright, now we upgrade. Oops. Keep falling off. Those two. This might be a good time to implement that little idea I had for a belt tower highway. Let me finish upgrading. What the heck is up here? That is copper. Okay, it's up. Okay, it's. Oh, they're in the wrong order, so we have to put them in a different order. I have an idea of trying to get these to go straight and make things a little easier. So we will give that a try as soon as I'm done upgrading all these. And we are almost out of these things. But I know these do not need that kind of throughput, so I'm gonna call it good. Alright, so my idea sounds about right. Alright, so we want to miss this. But then going by that line will just be to the left of the far tower there. Build mode zoop. Yep. Yeah, just it's just a fun word to say, I think. Okay, so instead of trying to build a ground highway and then with our belt towers here, we're gonna put belt towers here. So I have a blueprint here. Start it here. Seems like we have enough of everything. Then we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I'm not gonna go all the way. But the thing is, what we do is we'll run the belts, have this to walk on, but then what we do, once all the belts have been run, we will delete this concrete. And then we'll provide stands for these guys. Cottonmouth, hello, welcome. So we're gonna do architecture. Concrete round beam? No, it's too small. Big concrete pillar. And then we're just gonna bring it down to the ground. As long as we don't get too ridiculous with how tall these are. Now if I have to add something, then we got some issues. Didn't get one. Oh no! Yeah, Twitch will kind of drop notifications for some of your streamers if for a variety of reasons. So it's not... Yeah, so that way it looks substantial enough to hold it up. So sometimes you have to go in, I don't know if there's a setting, I have never tried it. I think there's a setting to turn it back on to, yes, I want notifications from this streamer all the time. No, back on that. Hopefully that'll do it. Yeah, something like that. We'll keep it straight and clean rather than this kind of jumble. And then we'll try to get all these down. Because there's 12 belts that can come through here, so if we can get all 12 belts on that, then someone will have to run across that way. So the same thing. That was designed to reach that level, but here this could be a lower level. Yeah, that's about right. Maybe one higher than this. And then we bring them down from that to this level. And do various transitions and stuff. That should make a good belt highway to get over to here. Just gotta figure out the transition to get up from... Well, yeah, we can kind of do it. You can kind of have spots here, starting this end, go a little bit higher. Transition some stuff down to this way. And then only have what needs to go over there. Which isn't that much. It's really only, with the 480s, it should only be like 3 belts, iron, steel, and copper. Do we even need concrete over there? I don't think we did. Yeah, just 2 iron, 1 copper, 2 steel. And with the 480s, it'll be 1 steel, 1... Definitely less than 1 copper. Alright, so that is that concept in the pocket. Now I want to look at another concept. Let's make a blueprint. Power pole. Pick up their belts. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. I was looking for a low footprint way of stringing a lot of belts at once. And so from the perspective of up here, we can kind of see the difference. And then we get a good example of trying to run it along a road up there with a lot of belts. Because figuring out the right concept for stuff like this, that's at least somewhat organic. See, this still looks chaotic, but I needed a lot of belts, so we have 2 sets of belt towers following this road. But see, there's still enough, because it's going up and down, and you're getting these little jagged things like this. I had to have blown these up. I don't think I have any... No, I got some. I have 34, okay. Head out. Alright, Lady Macbeth, thanks for coming by with the raid, and thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Halloween candy, yum, get some... get some good stuff. But thank you. Yeah, there's no way I didn't blow these up. Let's get the ones along the line here. But yeah, it's like I was trying to figure out a good organic way of doing roads. I'm semi pleased with this. There's one guy on YouTube who bases pretty much everything on trucks and just does a wild job. The whole map is just highways and overpasses and on-ramps and off-ramps. Yeah, there's no way I didn't get rid of you. Jump straight to trains, yeah. And that's the big plan for me as well. That's what the very tall causeway is up there. You can barely see it. There it is. That's the plan for that. Is a main loop that goes all the way around and then branches that feed into that. Yeah, this isn't too bad, but yeah, it still gets chaotic. And I think even, well, I don't know. At least it being straight and level, I think it would take away some of the chaos until we get to junction points. Okay, I'm gonna do a new blueprint. Try a new concept here. So this is the, yeah, steel. So 8 foundries making steel with the one alternate recipe of 2 iron ingots to 2 coal instead of 3 iron ore and 3 coal. And then we get 3 steel ingots, 60 per minute. So one of these fills up a 480 belt. And we built 3 of them. So we basically doubled our steel production today. Let's clear the deck. I don't think we found anything wrong with it. Oh. Clear the designer. Alright. So what I want here is I want to make crystal oscillators. I want the idea of we can input, so kind of a black box blueprint, but just for certain things that we don't need in great quantities. I need a lot of crystal oscillators to unlock a bunch of stuff, and I've been too lazy to build an actual factory. So I have these here so I can look up the recipes of various things. So in a assembler, no crystal oscillator recipes there yet. We need a manufacturer. So I have to put one down. Alright, so for that, we have that with a wire and those. And that with, so both use the quartz crystals. I think I'll avoid the rubber one. And then we can use the stitched iron plate for that, because that way when we make the wire, some can go to the cable, some can go to the thing, and then we need to make plates. So we have copper ingots, iron ingots. I think we have the iron wire recipe, so we can even just do iron ingots and crystal quartz. So then we do, yeah, iron wire. And then we do, and then we need the iron plates. So we try to just do everything right within one blueprint. So let me move you around. Let's not put you right at the edge. And then up a little bit? Or down? Do we want this up? Same one as each one is a 1 meter. Okay, so we need a constructor for plates, a constructor for iron wire, a constructor for cables, and an assembler for stitch plates. Let me try to fit those first. So iron wire, ingots, iron plates, and then we do stitched reinforced plates here. And I don't care about the speed. We can adjust all that. We need to adjust these down or up. But whatever we get was what we get. So yeah, the stitched iron plate. So one of these and three. Three constructors. Then the manufacturer can be above. So one assembler. Put you here. Yeah, wire assemblers like that. Why you no match the lines? I think if we do control... Ah, then I can do it. There we go. Oh yeah, then we need the constructor for the quartz crystals. Or, yeah, constructor for that. So the three things we need to go up are plates, quartz crystals, and cables. So those are all constructors. We can give a little bit of room. Now did they... Okay, they did think ahead, so these two parts aren't slamming into each other if you put them next to perfectly next to each other. Alright, so those are the three things all go up into the manufacturer. Now the sub-assemblies for these are... You're doing stitched iron plates. And you're doing quartz crystals. And you're doing cables. Do I have crystals coming in yet? There's some up there, or up there. Alright, now so that has no progenitor. We need wire to go to there and to there. And then iron plates. We have 2 more constructors. That's pretty tight to get around there. No, I think we do it this way. There, back a little. I think we can afford to move these things. No. No, it's only 2 lines. And here is 2 lines. Alright, that's equal. This one... Squeeze you in this way. You just have to go there. Because if that makes plates, that goes in there. And do straight. And then some of the wire goes here, some of it goes there. So that's iron, that's iron. So we just do a splitter here. And then quartz comes from right there, so we feed iron in there, quartz in there. This can be default mode. Curve might work. And then we have a wire going there, so we need a splitter here. So wire goes there. First wire goes there. Third wire goes there. Wire. Iron wire. Crystals. Plates. And now we need to. Or I think we'll do the glass.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
Construction coming through with the raid. Welcome everybody. How are you doing? Thank you very much. All kinds of raids today. What's your big project right now? And thank you very much. Welcome. We are trying to do phase 3. The factory itself is done. Now I'm just trying to gather the materials, and I think I need some more power before I can turn this on. There's our elevator hanging over the void. Phase 2 factory, not decorated. Phase 3 factory is mostly decorated and fully connected inside. You just need to run enough belts of material to run it. Usually phase 2 and 3 I would just create a little platform with and just feed materials into a ad hoc factory. This time I thought I'd actually do actual factories. Building a giant cyberpunk city. Oh, there we go. Oh, yes, yes. I've been seeing your videos and especially your shorts. Phase 4 elevator parts. Yeah, your architecture is amazing. My computer would scream at that, but yes, check out construction. Yeah, those are amazing.
Plebs are needed.
It's like each building looks like something out of Blade Runner or Cyberpunk or... Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Am I following you? I am on YouTube. Not yet. There we go. Yeah, amazing use of depth and lighting and the light signs, and like I said, it looks right out of Blade Runner and all these you know, punk corporate movies and games. I'm just trying to mostly avoid doing boxes. I'm fairly proud of this one. It's a pretty straightforward line factory, but I do have a few... Well, I did do a fairly interesting concept of a V-shape for the floors inside. So I'm pretty happy with that one. And then still have to decorate the pedestal for that. We have our support columns. But yeah, the atrium, each floor spreads out by half a foundation on either side. So it's like I said, it's a line factory, but in a relatively interesting building for me. And look up and see the space elevator. Did push? Yeah, it's like did push the button right. So I have all the numbers figured out. We're gonna run everything up to the roof, and then it will cascade down. Before I cascade down the outside of each side, and then feed the factories. Each floor runs a different direction, so it zigzags back and forth for the most part. Into the elevator. Using blueprints to double stack a lot of the machines, and have all the belts and wires connected ahead of time. And up here it's super wide. And then you get a nice... It doesn't feel claustrophobic the way that opens up like this. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of this one. And then, like I said, everything kind of plugs in from the side here. This is about 270 hours into this one. And then you can see the starting district. So that building does the basic building parts. This one does stuff like heavy modular frames, computers, and motors. Beyond that is a iron smelter, steel smelter on the edge of the void, copper smelter, and hiding behind that is a concrete factory. And that will be the train line someday. And then I have these corridors with 12 belts running inside to link up different segments of a biome. There's one running off in that direction, one going from there to there. And then the usual belt highways, some more organized than others. And then we have some oil and power production on the west coast. But probably not enough power production, so we'll have to add some more to be able to fire up this factory. And then we've done exploring, but not any building in these areas. Oh, that was a hard drive site that I didn't have the stuff I needed. Yeah, so this area is developed. We have one of those big long corridors stretching down the coast. And bring in the plastic and rubber. So that's it so far. I have not built a oscillator factory yet, so just to get some oscillators to do the research without having to hand construct them all. I'm building a little blueprint that will, you know, start making some for me automatically. It's like I try not to get in the habit of too much handcrafting. So that's what this little blueprint is. So we have all the stuff down on the first floor that will make the ingredients for the oscillator. Now I need to put down the manufacturer that will do it. So I need one of those. And I'll put this down, then we'll see where we can take some out. Why you do that? I mean, didn't even notice. Oh, you're fine. All right, thank you very much. Have a great day. Get some sleep. And yep, I'll have to. Now that I know you stream, I have to come check it out and see how you do some of those buildings. But they are amazing. All right, there we go. That's the way I want it. Alright, now we can get rid of these. Get on top and put down the manufacturer. Do the H. Alright, how do I want to... I'll start off lining it up with the ones below. I think we need more room to get this stuff over. Yeah, we can move it over this way. Is that the edge here? It is, almost. Let's move it just off the edge. One, two, three, four. I think that'll leave some room for some routing. It's not ending up quite as creative as I've seen other people do black box blueprints, but we'll get there. So I want to bring that would be fine. Alright, where do you line up? Do you line up perfectly? No, you don't. Do not. So we'll bring you in the second one. How far are you over? Oh yeah, we can bring in the first one. Alright, can I run these without... That's gonna be the problem one. These two are, I don't think are gonna be a problem. There's a way of fixing it. That can just come in here straight. And it does wiggle a little bit. But we're not quite on the edge there. I think that'd be the case with either one of these. This one we can get in the second one here, no problem. This one, yeah, we got plenty of room. This one we can fix by just doing this. And then raising this one higher. Now, am I concerned by that at all? Do I care? No. This build is kind of like I said, we're kind of in get her done territory on a bunch of stuff right now. I just want some crystal oscillators. This will do the job. If I can get some quartz. All I have to do is plug in iron here, quartz there. And then we'll get crystal oscillators out of there. And then we can plug them into our system here. Do I have a plan place for these yet? No. That's the steel stuff. We haven't done electronic stuff yet. And then we have all these that are for future mall. Yeah. Have some dimensional storage, but it's not fully applied yet. Yeah, we can just have it come in here. Yeah, there's the ones that I have going into dimensional storage at the moment. Concrete, the iron stuff, cables, steel beams, and encased beams. But we're also sending some encased beams over here for extra storage because I'm upgrading a lot of stuff to Mark IV. Anyway, now where to get... Oh yeah, we should run some power. Alright, so... Alright, I guess you can run those two. You can run these two. And you can run that one. 4, 5. It's all 5 down here. Right, so not there. You're not going to... I could get to the bottom, but not to the top. Not usually like prettier solutions than that, but alright, so the blueprint is ready, but I need to get quartz. And I can't recall if we have quartz coming in anywhere over here or not. I don't think we do yet. You know, all the tours I gave, I never showed off the coal power plant either. But I just want to see if we have quartz coming this way. Oh, the quartz is going to the fields. That's fine. Well, unless we don't have an empty belt. We do have an empty belt. That is the empty belt because we don't do that stuff. No, that is... That's concrete, and I know we have stuff for the other two. Oh, that is the quartz stuff. Yeah, we're just not... We're producing it. Silica and crystals. So we... so those belts are all accounted for. Are they? No, there's these three that aren't accounted for. So what are, in the scheme of things, what are these three? These are the three bottom ones here. They are the top three. No? No. The bottom three. Okay, so these are Ah, it's these three. I can put the oscillators on one of these. Bottom three, left, middle. Alright. Alright, I know where to put this now. New blueprint. Oscillators. Black box. Oscillators from quartz and iron ingots. Alright. Manufacturing green. It's fine. Cost. What is the AI limiter coming from in the build? Because that's not the manufacturer. I accidentally use... No harming, a first sip of fix-it bottled water. Did I accidentally use a Mark II outlet somewhere? What the heck in this build would use a AI limiter? I am completely confused now. Is that what they use? No, they don't even use that. Cost. I am, yeah, totally confused. Oh, did I use a smart splitter somewhere? That's what did it. I didn't even hook it up there anyway. Okay. That makes sense. like trying to build the blueprint. No, you can't do it. You don't have... that with a curve. So iron ingots in there. Quartz crystals here, or just quartz there, and we get crystal oscillators. Alright, save the blueprint. Yes. There we go. Nothing exotic. I still need to make AI limiters and circuit boards and high-speed connectors. But now we can do this. Alright, so I know where to get what we need. I know where to plug it in. And then we can do a lot of research. There's one whole research tree that's all like waiting on oscillators. Now I believe we have crystals coming from a place over here. On the tube, yeah, right. There's apparently an artificial gravity plate in the bottom of the cup. And there they are. And what else do we have in there? There's some iron. Guess we're not doing anything iron. Sulfur, copper, limestone, and a bunch of crystals. So now we need to get them down below. Oh man, I always forget exactly out of these. I think we start back here. Yeah, sounds right. Now those have Mark IV belts. Believe so do you? Hard to tell. But that's all we need right now. I need to steal some iron ingots from somewhere. Place to put this. We'll just slap down some. Slap down some foundations. Blueprint. Rotation. Yeah, that's good. And then we can just come off of this. Oh yeah, we got a belt tower right there. Don't want straight though. Alright, where are we going? Is the bottom 3 of this side? Yes. One of the ugliest bits of spaghetti in the safe. Getting the job done, but definitely an area for improvement. But that will get back to the headquarters. Now we just need to feed it the 2 items it needs. So the quartz. Now you're all yellow. Quartz is in near side? I forget now. Near side, back 2. Okay. Ideally, this one comes over and goes this way. Oh, I almost loaded out of these. There can be Mark 3 the rest of the way. Because the other side has to point the other way. Okay, there's well, there's our quartz. And why aren't you coming down? Did I get the wrong one? Because I got the wrong one. Yeah, inside those two. Alright, so that can go away. Yeah, the ones I could see easily. Oh. Yeah, we'll keep it over here. Alright, we have quartz. Now we need iron going into there. And there's some we can steal right here. It's iron, right? Iron ingot. Alright, splitter. This is so janky. But now we're finally making crystal oscillators. I don't know how fast. Oh, it would help if I gave us the recipe. $28 cable. One per minute if these all come in. Uh, 60 per minute. Wire. $22 per minute. So this would be the one to slug. $20 per minute. Need 18 per minute. Need a total of 37. Almost 100 per minute wire. Alright, so if we slug this guy. Or half that. Alright. Alright, gets at least a little bit. Have we made any yet? Waiting on those cables? So we're getting half the rate that we need on cables in these. So one every 2 minutes. I have no idea what happened here, why this concrete goes over here, then kinks back. Comes through this way. Anyway, we have crystal oscillators, we just need to wait for them to get done. Next project. Bringing... I need to figure out... what I honestly need to bring to those two factories. Stinky's reset during one of the recent updates. There was pull to the right a little bit. Oh. Get them all on this side. Alright, that path is clear again. Alright, have we gotten an oscillator yet? Be one of these three. Not yet. Alright, that factory needs... I have a spreadsheet. Now, one of the tabs on that is Satisfactory. The Mark II, or the Phase 2 factory is at the top. $120, $180. 270. $270 iron ingots for the smart plating. Nothing needed. Anything else? Iron rods, screws, rods, rotors. $270 iron ingots. The versatile framework needed 165 iron. $90 and $45. It's 135. There's 30. No, there's a 30. 165 iron ingots. 240 steel ingots. And then automated wiring needed 60 steel, 255 copper. So the overall needed 300 steel, 435 iron ingots, and 255 copper ingots. So yeah, just 3 belts of 480 each would satisfy all that. All right, let me fix. Yeah, let's do this highway and get what we actually need on that highway going that way, and hooked into the building with the new Mark IV belts. I'm gonna throw these away just yet. We're starting to get a surplus of those as I replace the Mark III with the Mark IVs. Alright, so let's rezoop this. Not to struggle to reach all the belts. So because we are going over there, and a lot of this other stuff is going to go over there, we'll use the top 3. So we'll do iron, iron, copper, steel. Pretty much able to do whatever we want. Belt pole. That way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more of these. No. One, two, three, 4, 6. Alright, so they're going to be the top 3. So here we're coming in steel on top, copper, then iron. Alright, so we'll maintain that. These all need to be Mark 4 belts. While I'm running the other way, let's just run power along here. So I have them connected internally already. Come on. It's like... Alright, we have power running along there. Now we need to do Mark IV belts in the top 3 here. The one UI complaint I have is sometimes you don't get a really positive feeling connection when you're running stuff like this. I am way overdue for a break. Let me do that while I'm give you guys a view of my space elevator. And I'll be right back. I gotta stretch my legs. Be right back. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back, everybody. Alright, stretch my legs, did some jumping jacks, grabbed the snack. So we're good to go for another bit here. 9 hours in. I think this feels like an 11-hour stream. Still got a lot to do. All right. So yeah, we're attaching these. Yeah, we're gonna kind of refactor our input into this area. At least of the raw materials. The building materials is something else entirely. So we are... so 3 belts, yeah, it's everything we need. Iron, copper, steel. For phase 2. The phase 2 item, one of the phase 2 items is being used for phase 3 item. Or a couple of them are. And so, yeah, this factory is feeding this factory. We do need to continue these. Yeah, it's 2 items. One feeds like 20% of one of the 2 items we need to remaining. The 3rd item was one of the items for phase 3. So that was just directly pumped in. And so that finished the 2,500 frame items, whatever those are. Then the other 2 contribute to the other 2 over there. One does half and one does 20%. And I think that's true as we continue up to phase 4 and 5. So when this elevator's done, we'll sync everything until it needs to go to phase 4. That's where we've been getting a lot of the points for the tickets. Those are nice, valuable items. So we've unlocked most. I think the only thing we really haven't, I haven't really worked on unlocking is like the pavement markers. Alright, so yeah, there's our iron. Then we got 2 things of steel coming over here, we only need 1. Then we got those backwards up elevators. So we can come somewhere over here and then split. So let me figure out where the next one would be here. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, 3, 4. Not that one. How's hard does it count to 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the blueprint right on that. Alright. Steel on top, copper in the middle, iron on the bottom, just like these three. Or these five. Space do I have? Pretty decent amount. So do I want to connect from this end first or the other end first? Two iron are going there, the copper's going there. You steel there. And that's all the inputs for this building. That accomplishes everything we need. Let me do the other side. That way when I disconnect, all this gets used up. Or most of it will get used up. Some will be out of balance. Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Alright, we have 2 steel. They have been upgraded all the way to here. We will put... kind of need to figure out a lot of the do I want to refactor all the way back? So we know we need one each of those. And then phase 3. Yeah, I went from needing like 1020 steel ingots, alternate recipes, then we used more iron ingots. 4,225. Um, with 540 steel. So with the 3 lines we have enough for both 540 plus 300, 840. So 2 belts is enough. 660 copper ingots. $42.28. Divided by 480 is how many belts? 9 belts for the iron. Wow. We have 12 total in that room, in that column, and 3 are steel. So we need a way to bring more. And we're using, we have 12 belts coming out of the steel or the iron smelter. 2 of those are being used for the steel. So I have 4,800 available. So that's enough for both of these projects. Is it? 435. Yeah, just barely. Plus 435. 4680. Yeah, 4800. Okay, so almost all those are needed. The math time. Copper, I'm pretty sure we do not have enough production. We have... I think we only have enough for 2 40 belts. Because the factory in the grassy fields there does 4 belts of 240. We definitely need to up the game on the copper. No, we have enough copper ore to do it. Just need more smelting capacity. Now... So how do I add more capacity? We can do... We could run this... Run one of these over there and bring back some to double our capacity. That's an interesting thought. If we did an inverse one of these, hanging off the bottom. That would be an interesting blueprint. Just the yeah, that would work. Because that also, because the way we come out of here, it would end here, That's an interesting way of extending that. Of course, if we're skimming over something, then we don't have that space. So that's a potential flaw with that. I was thinking of doing some on the outside. Like we have on the inside, but we could do on the outside. Because just using this, we get an extra 6. Mounted there. That'd be difficult to... Need a blueprint. So that's a possibility. Along the top we already have these kind of in the way. Does that match the height of the belts inside? They do actually. So that's a possibility. Could I somehow create a super simple blueprint that would do that? Would it attach properly? That's the bigger question. Because that's not unreasonable, because that would give us 6 more. The other possibility is have something sticking out that I can put the hanging ones on. That way I can do 6 on the other side. Alright, let's go do a blueprint. I need to go all the way up here. I should have it break off and then I can go different directions in there. Honk. So I need to be able to branch when I get to the end of these. I need to be able to branch off and go somewhere else. Alright, so this one's done. Clear. So all we're doing here is windows in here? Yes. We had Maybe we had these kind of windows. So all I want is architecture. So some can I page up? Yeah, that's what I want. Um, 4 meters? See if that's it. And then we want to do the wall hangers, or the ceiling mounts. Okay, that's not mounting? Alright. We can pretend they mount. I need... Alright, I need more than that. I need 6 meters out. Alright, now we do the... steel beam. We do the H, we do the control page up. And then we do 6 meters. And then we delete these. And we see if it likes attaching to the side of the E. Test wall hanger. I think blueprints generally though like attaching to foundations. Oh, no. So if I H it and then page down, F page up. I would just need a walkway. Scaffolding to be able to place it without this being too painful of a process. But that works. Can I squeeze in here? I thought I got that. No, no, look. Not where I thought it was. Alright. Yeah, so we need a scaffolding. So that I can see where this is. So if I do now H, page down, that's what I want, I think. Now, could I do it from up here? Probably not. I think that is the solution, because we do that on either side, and then we could even extend on this. Can I? No, will that snap easily? So if we need high... No, I'd have to H it and then... That's not too difficult. And then I could even... Actually, if I clip it in, then they're a little closer together. So there's another 12, so we just doubled the capacity. Now breaking that out and getting it down is something else, but... Stop making base look so nice. Hey Fist, welcome. Delta, welcome. Long time no see indeed. I'm doing really good. You loving this game? But yeah, that is a solution. Generally, we'll have the space. Generally, we won't need it. I think one of these with 6. Put on the other side. Will accomplish what we need. Yeah, there's not too many we have to place. I think we could accommodate that. That was not being used. So that can be the third steel. When you're all fine. Yeah, that's an amazing game. And then the updates they've done, the 1.0, the 1.1, 1.2 coming out someday. They just keep making it better as well. Alright, where do I want to draw the... Well, if I get these three working, I can delete all that. That is copper ore going back to be smelted. That can be consolidated now. I can put that on the outside. Plus plastic and rubber. How much are we getting out of this? We got 3. Three nodes. Oh, I haven't even boosted these. What is that all about? It's like this is the one thing that gets boosted is mining. Alright, so we do need 3. So if we did 2. How much would that be? 300? So 960 would be 2 full belts. Can't quite get 2 full belts. Right now, I like the 240 number a little better than the 300 number. But we can definitely... That one's fine for that, but we can definitely upgrade that to a Mark II. So we need to upgrade how much copper we're smelting. Then I have once I get the Mark III miners, and then we can go full hog with those. I have an idea for like smelting on site with the pure recipes, getting the ingots kind of ahead of time. I need to consider that one. Anyway, so that is 2 belts we have to consider going back. Yeah, let me... Let me at least get these running. Yeah, exactly. We could get 900 total out of those if I added Mark IV belts. Wasser. But not gonna worry about that right now. Alright. So copper's the middle one. Ow. Alright, I'm just gonna hook them up Yeah, steel on top, copper in the middle, iron on the bottom. These are iron that I'm standing on right now. So you will go to the bottom there. Now we need to wrap a steel around, get that on top. We'll upgrade those later when they're actually Mark IV all the way down. Amount of ingots, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's one reason why I want to do that. Maybe not with the grassland stuff. That's why I like starting in the grassland, because it's all or a lot of it is impure nodes. So I'm doing the inefficient early recipes on the impure nodes instead of on the pure nodes. When I get to the place and get normal and pure, then I can put, you know, use the good recipes for those and get a lot more stuff. Okay, here what I need to do. Alright, we'll do the top one. So we need to wrap around. Alright, let's see if this is even gonna... Yeah, just... just clips a little bit. Not even that much. Of course I'm in the way. Okay, well, upgrade that one. And that one. Alright. So now we have one belt of each going along here. Now we can split these up. Won't have full production just yet, but now we can get rid of that belt spaghetti down below. Got room? Yes. Still have room. Alright, so... These are good at Mark IIIs. We know that because we designed it to be. Let me go ahead and replace those. hook onto this. I don't think it's gonna let me. Yeah, because it thinks this one is backwards too. See, the arrows think it's coming down. So it won't let me connect. Yeah, normally it just let me connect there. So do I have to fix this all the way from the top? Alright, so these are the same. Oh man. Oh, that's right, there was also a problem before of not hooking up on either side of the Alright, we want to go there. Yep. So there. Now we can do another one here. Down to this level. It's not going to actually hook up, but we can build in the right place. And then we can delete this one. And I believe we had this one. It doesn't matter too much. At that level. Okay, have room. So the options I have here. Well, let me see how I can fix that. Go up to that one first. 'Cause now we have the pattern to work with. And we do that one above that one, just keep it easy. So now we can break these down. So if I put a splitter there. No egregious clipping. Alright, steel has been reconnected. And it's actually going up. Look at that. Gingerbeard, good morning. I assume that's copper. Ooh. Wasn't paying too much attention. Then I need to fix those. So let me go up there and then confirm that that one's copper. Assume so, because I think that's where we had to do all the wire. So the second window first, towards the thing, second to last floor. Is this it? No, this one. This one should be it. So that one should lead to copper. Okay, the steel connections are working. So I didn't have to put the belt in between. That bug has been fixed. And if these machines need copper, then I'm correct. Yes. Alright, so this one needs to be fixed. And needs to be copper. on. Oh, it's snapping to the window, which is fine. So now copper can just come out. Hook into that one. And now iron gets the same treatment. As steel. Okay, well that one's an easy one to fix. That one not so much. Now the iron, I think they're... No, if we're bringing 480, I don't think then we have to worry about the overflow. Because we don't need as many as 480. But before I think we had to... I think we're fine. But I need to fix that whole thing, so we gotta go back up to... Alright, that goes already to the top floor. Right. Yeah, see, it's a visual bug until you have to change something, and then it won't let you change how it's supposed to. It'll keep working if you leave it alone. Okay, so the middle one is iron. Going to these machines, and these machines are making iron rods. Alright. So the middle... this one. Oops. That screws. I was like, is that plastic? Is that going the right way? No, we're trying to go up. Let me put this one back though. Oh, okay, there's just a belt coming out of there. Ah. Alright, so I gotta make sure I just put the direction correct. And then connect this belt. Alright. Alright, so 4. We need to reverse so that it's going in there. Oops. Dang it. Did I just fly through? Huh. Alright, is that the right one? Middle one, yes. Middle window. So much acrobatics. And then this one. Going into there. Alright, and that was a quick one that needs fixing because that was just right to there. Alright, so splitter there. I really should put the Mark III. That's right, I can just change these. That way the transition isn't so weird. That one, not so much. Alright, you I had come down to the higher one. You come down to that one. Okay, the factory is running again. Not at 100% efficiency, I don't think. But we should, in a few minutes, have all 3 items coming out of here again. Right now we just have the one. Or these are leftovers? Because we shut it down long enough where there should be a gap in the production coming along somewhere. Alright, so that is cleaned up. Now let me dump some stuff in the awesome sink. Now this entire belt spaghetti can go away. Except for the fact that I have the that running through there. Paper tubes. There's the junk. Alright, I need room for a whole bunch of stuff, so let me put you back in there for now. And I've been using this top one for temporary storage. Oh. Get a lot of those back. Well, there's some oscillators. I'm sure there's some in one of these containers now. Teapot lover fellow, welcome. Good morning. So one of these three should have oscillators in it. There they are. Yay. Alright, 100 whole oscillators. What can that give me in research? Oh, is it alien technology? No. Caterium? Yes, pretty sure. No. Power slugs needs a quartz. Material resonance screening? Priority merger. Only 15.
Priority merger unlocked. Useful for prioritizing between inputs to avoid eventual stoppage. If you have an issue with stoppage somewhere else, consult a physician instead.
Oops. Alright, what do we want to lock now? That's only 10. We need a few more of those. We got those though. 88 of those. No, 100 of those. We need more pulse obelisk. Radar and alright, let me go get a few frames. Pretty sure we put some in this box here, yep. Alright, let's get the dune buggy. Oh, the old bossy one, yeah, that's true. And then
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
and then radar technology. Then for that we have enough.
Radar tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes and other useful information on the map in a set radius from its location.
And then that one, we need a lot more oscillators. So that one I need to make Nobelisk. And that one we're just waiting for more obelisks. Excellent. Alright, so more research done. It was this one that had them? Yep. Alright, so slowly getting a supply of those. Alright, now let's rip down that old put computers back in our thing. And we don't need so many rotors right now. Pick up a lot of stuff doing this one, so we're getting rid of this one and that will be in its place. Except we'll leave the tower here for the I think if I get this kind of angle, I can do that a little faster. It was about to make more noise than I thought. Like, it suddenly got quiet. Actually temporary, yeah, right? How am I doing from space? Still plenty of space. Yeah, this is unacceptable. That's the plastic and rubber coming down. Always afraid of getting something from behind. I do the delete. So a good way to do it is just click Control after you highlighted it to add it to the list. Way too many times, right? And then what's worse is like you know you've done something, but you don't know what. What did I break? I definitely need to improve the hypertube situation for sure. This dip and then going back up just kind of kills the momentum. Alright, that's the copper going in. That's plastic and rubber going in. So that's all fine. Now this tower can go away. Alright, a little bit. Oh yeah, that's right. You can... tackle conveyor poles. Filter cleared. Alright. But that cleans things up a bit. We'll leave this platform here. Oh, playing for 10 hours. I was just gonna say I need to take a break. Let me... And then it'll just be concrete tower and then the metal tower. Stretching across the place here. Bonk. Alright, let me give you guys a view, and I'll go stretch my legs, do some jumping jacks, and be right back. Oh, wrong key. That. Alright, be right back. Boop. Boop. And boop. Alright, I'm back everybody. Thanks so much for waiting and hanging out. Alright, back to it. Back to it. Alright, so things are a little bit neater. We got the power lines running along there. Did hook up power lines along here, but it's not hooked up at either end. But if we... but that is running. Is it still? Looks like all 3 items are still being made. So we haven't broken it. I think it's just running a little bit slower. Yeah, there's all 3 items. Right now they're being awesome synced. Speaking of that, how many tickets do we have? We have 13 more tickets. Then we have some in storage in the hub. Try to always keep them in this case so that way I don't lose them. So we have a total of 27 we could use. I have a few more things I can dump. Alright, so looks like the top one's going backwards, but I think that's just the optical illusion of the frame rate. And the aliasing. Yeah. So we got a dismantle crate somewhere. Let's go find that. Get it out of the... I think I know where that is. That is... yeah, by the steel. Well, let's get that out of the map. Then we can start thinking about... so if I put those things on the outside of the tunnel, we can run 6 of the iron around that way. I really need to fix the these endpoints so that I can go different directions. Oh, I think I saw it. It was in the yeah, it was in the thing here. There it is. Excellent. Alright, so our new steel thing is purring along. I like this one. Yeah, it's a plain row of factories. It's a row of 3 blueprints with a row arranged a slightly different way. So that's pretty cool. So 2 steel ingots, or iron ingots, are coming to feed that. Means we have 10 left. One is kind of feeding all of the little factories in that building and that building. We have... we need a little bit more iron. So we have these 3. Oh, these are normal. 240. 480. Okay, more than I thought. So 720. So if I set up a little smeltery, those could feed these factories. So I think these are the only iron not accounted for going into this. We have the one going to there. 2 going there. And then the 2 going to the all the way to the. And do we steal off of these anywhere? A little bit. Alright, max consumption could be 14,000. Production right now is 12,000, so we are short what we would need for the phase 3 factory. So we would need fuel from the blue crater. What? Can I make a refinery? It's not the button I want. Q. Yes, I can. So what fuel things can we make? So we can make residual fuel, turbo fuel. That's just... it's taking the heavy oil residue, turning into fuel. Liquid biofuel, turbo fuel. That's adding coal or coke? Compacted coal. So that needs sulfur. Can make pure iron, pure copper, wet concrete, pure quartz, smokeless powder. Cycled rubber, residual rubber. I think rubber is our limiting factor on the potential of the phase 3 factory. I think we're a little short of the rubber right now. Keep thinking this leads directly to the blue crater, but Yeah, this is the void. Are the slugs back? And do we have an angry boy somewhere around here that's going to, yes we do. Yeah. Even though I have fuel, that's still a scary proposition. Yeah, whatever reset the what got reset? I think reset the slugs. That is one sturdy flower, right? Oh wow, I missed that big boy. That's like I was like, when did I build that building? But that's the phase 3 building. It's amazingly close to the blue crater. I think I need to heal first. You dead now? I think he is. Something's not dead though. The heck is that? Time to reload, whatever it is. There's his remains. No, I already got this one. There's another one around somewhere. There it is. Yeah, I've looped around more than head towards the, The heck are you? I think he's friendly, though. So I ran power lines all over here. I know there's some coal over here. I really need an ammo factory somewhere. I believe the coal is somewhere over there. Hey Riddles, welcome. Yep. And I think we're about to reach spider time. I'm hearing something. Alright, can I reach that? And he sees me. Oop. Ah, I did not mean to do that. Where the heck did you guys just go? I just shoot him into the void? Into the rocks? Nope. The bees, not the bees. Alright, just Oh. Yeah, this is a very hostile place right now. Purple slug. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the slugs reset. But anyway, there's oil over there, there's coal over here somewhere. And I should probably go home. It's getting night and there are spiders. They not supposed to respawn. Sometimes when there's a game update, they reappear, at least in some places. I don't think any reappeared near my base. So I think it kind of matched the respawn rules for the hostile mobs. In that any place near powered buildings, they didn't respawn. But I'm pretty sure I got a lot of these. Yeah, respawn the slugs. And then, what else respawned? Oh, some of the stinky rocks that I blew up respawned. Right, but that happened during this session. Because earlier in the session, they were off. And I was over there. Didn't see anything. Alright, space elevator's that way, so that's probably the fastest way to get home. Like I said, it's surprisingly close to all this. Probably. I'll have to check a couple places closer to home and see if, they've respawned. I don't recall seeing so. So I might be wrong about those. Oh yeah, there's gonna... Samor, there's definitely gonna be enemies here. Another miner down there. The fuel, yeah. This biofuel is really good.
Plebs are needed.
Taco, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Alright, I'm essentially back home now. A fun little adventure. End game recipe, yeah. So yeah, you can get infinite ones. Yes, they're always finite before. Has certainly been denied. How are you doing? Yeah, a very advanced recipe. That's why I reserve them mostly for miners, because that way, you know, it's the one place where you're guaranteed extra production that will cascade all the way down the line. Just thinking what. Yeah, see, there's a slug that definitely I would have gotten before. Yeah, limited input resources, exactly. Yeah, there's no way I would have left that behind. On my concourse. I think it's far enough away from any powered building. Any bad boys around? Then the other thing I do is I use the summer sloop in the machine to convert them to power shards, so I get twice as many. Okay, there. Whoa. Yeah, whatever was on here didn't respawn. There used to be something on top of here. So not all of them respawn, but some of them did. Check a couple places over here. Like I said, the stinky rocks did respawn right along this path. There's a summer sloop that would have been up there. That didn't respawn. There's a slug along the top of this cliff. That didn't respawn, so looks like if it is following the rules of the you know, powered building radius, whatever that is. Once you build up an area, then you don't have to worry about the wildlife respawning. The hostile wildlife respawning.
Plebs are needed.
Meatbag, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team.
Plebs are needed.
And CPA Kevin with the follow as well. Welcome to the chill team. Oh yeah, the coal power plant. I never went over there. Never went to the oil area either. Let me actually do that. Yeah, like I said, it's weird that they seem to respawn in areas outside the my factory stuff, but yeah, inside I don't see any new ones. Otherwise there'd be one on yellow one on the top of what rock? Not here. Might be under this. Not that. I think it's farther over. There's a rock that there's a yellow slug on top of. I think there's one, yeah, one on top of this cliff. Yeah, so there's none around here. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the most chaotic still, although it's still improved from where it was. That's the one we built today, the get her done. Get the rest of the iron into that. But let me go to the oil field. Haven't been there yet. So I'm turning 3 of the 4 things into power. Until we get unlock phase 3 and get Mark II pipes, we can't, we're limited in how much we can extract. I need to go here. It's mostly having enough inputs, so I think I need more copper. And now we're smelting all the iron we need. We're smelting all the steel we need. Oh yeah, we inserted a split in there. So it's now just bringing all the resources to the building, which is why I was working on kind of cleaning up the belts leading there. Because for the most part, we'll need to upgrade to Mark IV belts. Alright, did that one respawn? No. That's what that ramp was to get to. Yeah, let's take it. I'm pleased with how these bridges look. Looks like something that would carry pipeline. So this is making most of our plastic and rubber now. What the heck is this? Need package fuels for something. I think it was to unlock a recipe or something. Residue going upstairs. Rubber backing up. No, it's recycled. So we're making some and then we're using fuel, turn 200 rubber into, or 6 rubber into 12 plastic, and 6 plastic into 12 rubber. $235. We need 285 of rubber. They're both backed up at the base, so probably should send them through here instead of around that way. Since I made this thing. Alright, let's go look at the generators. I think we've been stable. There was an issue last time, I remember, where the couple generators were turning off, and we did figure out what was causing that. So now we're pretty steady, 12.1 megawatts. between the coal plants and the fuel generators. Look like they're all running. We're only producing about half the power we will be eventually here. We got 30 generators running, we will have 60. But I do need a few more running, so we do need to power up that blue crater. That is the probable path of the train line. Make sure we miss the arch there. Did any of these slugs respawn? That's because it's gonna look like an oil tanker when I'm done. The generators will be inside. Made it. The stinky stuff have respawned. But I don't think the slugs have respawned. Just leave him alone. Yeah, there was something... I know there's at least one yellow slug out here, but yeah, that one hasn't respawned. Yeah, that'll be all dressed up to look like a oil tanker when we're done. Yeah, all those respawned. And there's some iron and copper coming in. What is that? I think it's limestone. Yep. So I'm not bringing that back yet. Pure and pure. Then we explored that island. Smelters that's not doing anything. Are we still just processing out here? Alright, let me bring some back to the headquarters. I'm hand delivering it. Like sometimes I'm just too lazy. Happened to the copper? Ends right here? Or is that iron? No, that's copper. Yeah, that's the iron. Whoops. Being just split off. Sent up the hill. So what's the dealio here? This line is shut down. This line is shut down. But on the other hand, the copper's going nowhere. So we're not using it. So 4 potential outputs, 3 are belted. Only one's moving. I am confused. No, they're going someplace. So they're being used in here. All the copper stuff is backed up, so. And that one goes over to that plant. Alright, so it's then that one's the one being used. That's the one going all the way to the phase 2 factory. We're not really using 3/4 of the capacity of that building. Interesting. Alright, so that kind of reminds me of what then these little slow concrete things are still going. Gotta ship them all over to the concrete factory. Now we need to fix this up. Crazy trees. I used up a lot of fuel in that expedition, so let me grab some more. The main thing we need here, I think, is plastic. Got plenty of biomass coming in. Need plastic for the containers. Yep. And have I accumulated any wood? No. I haven't picked up any wood or leaves. There, we got some slugs. I just have a factory. How many slugs do I have? 2 yellow and 2 blue. So we have it summer slooped, so we get twice as many. Perfect. Alright, how many oscillators have we gotten? 800. There was something we were able to research with that. The radio signal scanning. Okay, I need to get some motors. Did I leave some behind? Yes. Oh, and then we can scan for hard drives. Nice. Nice.
Object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
That'll be handy. Then we need to make some nobelisks to do that one. Then that will be completed. Sulfur. Yeah, we just need to make a bunch of ammo. I need a military factory. That needs a hard drive. That needs a hard rocket fuel. Ionized fuel. Turbo rifle ammo. Nuclear deterrent. Explosive rebar. Cluster nobelisk. Very, very good. Alright. I think that's going to do it for me. So, hopefully I play soon enough that I don't forget everything I need to do. But yeah, bringing a bunch of iron here is the first thing. If we can just get that out of the way, then we can start looking at the other things that need doing. And feed that puppy. Alright, let me see who I can raid here. Thank you guys. Got a couple amazing raids today. Construction, Zasuma. Both worth checking out. Tons of people playing. Don't see anybody I kind of recognize to raid. Let's see my usual list here. Oh, Jace is playing Subnautica. There we go. It's first time playing Subnautica. Gem Balls, a former community manager for Satisfactory. Oh, he's in the ship. I forget what it's called. Not the Atlas. I still need to play all that. Thanks, Jace, helps a lot. Yep. Oh yeah, in-game, in Satisfactory. Or there's someplace else to type it. Oh, in chat?
An unknown transmission has been intercepted. It seems to be causing minor interferences, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Boy, howdy can you! Simply select the material type you'd like the buildable to have and build away. You can even bind the material to your hotbar if you're on the go. Now look, I know what you're thinking. What about colors? We got you covered. Bam! They're right there in the customizer too. Can you believe it?
I certainly can.
Thanks, Jace.
We're rating that guy, yep. Alright, there we go. Alright, thank you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what game. I'm gonna try to get back in rotation. Possibly Dyson Sphere, maybe Bannerlord. Got Stationeers, Satisfactory, a couple of the games, and some new games I need to play. Anyway, thank you. Have a great day, great rest of your weekend. I'll catch you later. Until then, bye-bye. And where's the button? There it is. La boop.